Abundance. I'm gonna let people come in, but y'all know what we live about. You know what we gonna push. The truth. Where did the eukaryotic cell come from? Where did everybody outside of so-called black people come from? We don't have the same genomics, we don't have the same biology, we don't have the same chemistry, and we don't have the same anatomy and physiology. So how can you come from us? How is it that you hold over 25,000 genes in your genomics, in your chromosomes, but none of these animals in nature can naturally reproduce with each other? How is that possible? How is that possible? And for the question below, it says, this is mainly from our people. Are you your title or are you your genetics? Are you your title or are you your genetics? Because our people are biologically moving over a social construct that has nothing to do with their genetics instead of moving off of our DNA, which encodes for function, encodes your body to function. Your phenotype functions the way it does because it was encoded by your DNA to do so. So where does the title Native American, where does the title African, where does the title Zulu come in at in your DNA? Somebody wanted to come up. Okay, go ahead and give me your thoughts and visions on the topic.
Yeah, so evolution is the only theory that actually makes any sense at all. Every other theory is just, mumbo jumbo BS. God, there's no way some man in the sky spoke everything into existence. Obviously, the theory of evolution, it was actually well thought out. They put a lot of research into it. You could definitely see how, monkeys evolved into humans is quite obvious. It makes perfect sense that, genes get passed on through survival of the fittest, sexual selection, natural selection, all those things.
You got to use smexual, the word smexual.
All right, sexual selection, freaking, anyways, all the traits and features that we have were developed from natural selection and sexual selection. That's why we look the way they do, and that's why we don't look like monkeys anymore. Just think, if you bred nothing but tall monkeys together, eventually there ain't gonna be no short monkeys, right? It's the same concept. Same way we were able to create the freaking Chihuahua from a freaking wolf. We bred them for certain traits, and then over the time, they kept developing those traits, and they got more exaggerated. And that's what evolution is. It's quite obvious. And anyone that thinks that religion is true is, quite frankly, not very smart.
Did you finish your statement there?
Absolutely, I did.
Okay, so I just have a question to ask you, since you were saying the evolution theory is true, which was created by Charles Darwin, which wasn't a scientist, by the way. He was not a scientist. He was a Freemason. He was here to hide the fact that the black woman possessed immortal genes. So let me just ask you this. How did we go from haploids to diploids? How did the prokaryotic cell change into a eukaryotic cell when we don't see that happening in nature?
I don't even know what those cells are. They don't really make a difference to me.
Okay,
Evolution.
you talked about evolution. You spoke about evolution. And the base premise of evolution is explaining that through eons of space, prokaryotes have been replicating for eons of years, so-called years. They've been replicating for over 4 billion years without no interruption. They've been doing that because of their own genomics. Okay, how did this prokaryote, you see what I'm saying? How did this prokaryote change through over time to have now over 25,000 genes from pigs, dogs, cats, fruit flies, when you don't see none of these animals in nature reproduce with each other. You said you brought up evolution, but you don't know about the base premise, which is that prokaryotes and eukaryotes are existing, but one doesn't come from the other.
Look, I don't know what you learned in seventh grade science as prokaryote and eukaryote. I don't know about that. Um, you seem to think that black women are immortal, which is ridiculous. I don't believe that either. Um, how are you gonna deny evolution and you don't have any sort of counter argument that makes any sense? Like, what do you believe? God farted out of his asshole and Earth came out?
Hold on 1 second. Okay. I don't believe in anything. You see what I'm saying? I know. You see what I'm saying? And what I know is the law of biogenesis, that in nature,
Explain to
life.
me how black women are immortal. Like, what? You lost me there. What is that?
I'm not gonna do that over talking. You feel what I'm saying to you? When you came up on this live on the screen directly, when you read the questions, it said no over talking. You saw me speaking and I said hold on, and you saw me pull up something and you still decided to do that. So again, prokaryotes were the only life forms on Earth for millions of years until more complicated eukaryotes came about through a process of evolution. So, the so-called black woman possessed stardust DNA. She has stardust DNA, which means that her DNA possesses carbon, hydrogen, helium, oxygen, and nitrogen, which are the genetic blueprints to create planets, stars, solar systems, and entire galaxies. So she is the universe in the flesh, because the first thing that forms before a whole solar system is formed is atoms, and then molecules, and then cells. And the first cell to ever form inside the universe was the prokaryotic cell. And the prokaryotic cell, through the levels of organizations of life, becomes the black woman. It becomes her. The name black woman was given to her by people who are scientifically experimenting on her, who don't share her genetics. So you can call a tiger, but a tiger don't know you're calling it a tiger. It's just operating off of its genetics. So she has solar DNA. She's the universe walking in the flesh. So again, the prokaryotic cell becomes the black woman. And through the process of biogenesis in nature, life only comes from life. Life only comes from life. Eukaryotic cells are not considered to be living. So how did you come from something that was living when you're not living? How did something living pass on to genetics that's something that's not living? You see what I'm saying to you? Because the fact that you have more than one genetic material within your nucleus shows me that you're unnatural, you're a hybrid. Diseases, parasites, and viruses are going to take place within you. This is why you attract diseases and parasites and you repel the sun, which is the natural source of light, source of food for the entire planet. So again, in nature, life comes only from life, and that of its own kind. So we can clearly see through the so-called black woman's phenotype that she has neuromelanated skin and texture that absorbs the entire radiation of the sun. She has hair ether that grows and pulls closer to the sun each day. You see what I'm saying? And her red blood cells match the same black holes that you see in space. And this is all proven by the same scientists that are talking all over the world, that are going missing, that are whistleblowers. John Biggerstaff, that's who somebody who is trying to work on our genetics. So again, prokaryotic cell means a single cell, meaning that you have a single set of chromosomes. See what I'm saying? A bee has a single set of chromosomes. An elephant has a single set of chromosomes. A lion has a single set of chromosomes. These are organic, natural organisms, meaning that all of their genetic information came from the mother of their species. So hold on one second. I'm gonna get to you, Jesse. So all of those genetic information came from the mother of the species. But when you look at eukaryotes, their genetics doesn't stem from the same embryological origin. It stems from different origins. Your red blood cells can come from a cow, but your neurons can come from a pig, but your muscle cells can come from a dog or a chimpanzee. This is why y'all all have different percentages of animals within you, which is incomplete dominance. So let me just get here to how the so-called black woman is the organic creator of life, and she is a prokaryotic cell. The totipotent stem cell is a very unique among other variants of stem cells because totipotent stem cells possess the highest possibility to construct an entire organism from a single cell. No other woman on this planet has that and has the capability to do that. This is why she can create 48 different shades. The so-called black woman can create 48 different shades of color through the color force. This is how she uses her electrons. You can even look it up, color force, electrons. This is how she gives birth to stars. So she uses that to create different variations of herself, but she doesn't make animal DNA. She doesn't possess proteins, enzymes, or amino acids of no animals, which is why her phenotype, which is determined by her genotype, has no animal characteristics. This is why her hair matches trees. Our lungs matches the trees. You see what I'm saying? Her womb matches the earth's core. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't have that. So that's with that. I would advise my people to study totipotent stem cells to know how they're prokaryotic cells. But let me put the thing back on the board. Go ahead, Jesse. The evolution theory is the biggest lie ever told. Go ahead and tell me your thoughts and visions.
Oh, I thought we were going back to your previous statements about you said black women are prokaryotic cells.
Yes, she's a prokaryotic cell organism.
So you think can you define prokaryotic cell for me? Like what you think it is?
A prokaryotic cell is a unicellular functioning organism, an organism that has no nucleus, it has no centrals, no histones, and has all its genetic information stems from the same embryological origin.
So in other words, it's a single-celled organism is what you're saying.
No, so no. When so-called black people say we are prokaryotic cell, it doesn't mean that I'm made up of one cell. It means that my muscle cells, my liver cells, my red blood cells, my neurons all come from the same embryological origin, which is the totipotent stem cell. You see what I'm saying? Which holds a set of chromosomes based on the gender that the mother's gonna produce. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying to you? So
no,
yeah,
like
that's what I'm saying.
a prokaryotic cell is you said it yourself is unicellular. Uni meaning one cell.
Right. So again, my muscle cells are not working for themselves. My red
Yeah,
blood cells are not working. Hold on for a second. My red blood cells are not only working for themselves. They're all working together to keep the whole organism at bay and in equilibrium and in homeostasis. So yes, it's a unicellular function that's going on. My body's a unicellular function. It's
yeah,
working
but
on a unicellular function.
human beings are all multicellular eukaryotic organisms.
You're correct. Human beings means animals. You see what I'm saying? Hue means animal and man, animal man. Human
So
means
are you
animal man.
saying
So everybody outside of so-called black people is considered a human because y'all share DNA with animals. Y'all share DNA with unnatural plants, unnatural microorganisms, unnatural insects. You have over 25,000 genes within your genomics from different animals and different organisms that were spliced that cannot naturally reproduce with each other in nature?
you
How
do
did
know
that
that
happen? That's my question. How
you
did
do
how
know
did a
that
pig and a dog and a fruit fly and a chicken all come together to fuse their DNA to make use for you to be even talking to me right now?
that's not how it works though.
So how do you share DNA with pigs, dogs, and cats at the same time?
How do you share DNA?
Yeah, yeah, you share DNA with
Because
these
we all
animals.
had a common ancestor.
What's the name of the common ancestor?
It was a single celled organism like billions of years ago.
Oh, it was a single cell organism. So how did that single cell organism change into a diploid? How did a haploid change into a diploid when we don't see no haploids? We don't see no prokaryotes today changing into diploids. How did that happen?
You'd have to look up cyanobacteria and you'd have to do
I
some research.
I know about cyanobacteria, the bacteria that condenses the sunlight for the water and for the planktons and for the other marine animals. And cyanobacteria also makes up plants. So I know about cyanobacteria and
Yeah,
its
but
prokaryotes. But
at some point in time,
cyanobacteria, hold on for a second. Cyanobacteria doesn't change into eukaryotes. So I'm asking you, can you
well,
tell
it
me the
evolved.
biological processes of how um, prokaryotes change into eukaryotes? Because you said the reason why you have pig, the reason why you have dog
Prokaryotes don't
DNA, the
change into
reason why you have chimp
eukaryotes.
DNA, you said the reason why you have all of this DNA is because of this common ancestor. So, and if this common ancestor was a single cell organism, and we know that the oldest organism on this planet was a so-called black woman, and she is a single cell organism, how does she give birth to animal DNA when she doesn't have proteins, enzymes, and amino acids of no animals? And we can't hear you when you off the app. So when you off Googling, needing your counterpart, which is AI, to think together for me, you see what I'm saying? To respond to me, I can't hear you. Just letting you know. So he left on his own. Yeah, I didn't do shit. He left on his own. You see what I'm saying? All I'm asking, and all our people who is neuromelanated across the globe should be asking everybody outside of us, how did a pig and a dog and a fruit fly come together for you to police me on my planet? For you to medically and psychologically evaluate me, for you to charge me for fucking water, for you to charge me for fruits and vegetables. Because once we start asking that, that's us taking the planet back. We don't need to go through a court system. We don't need to go through nothing. We just need to question these animals. You have animal consciousness. How do you think you can combat my star consciousness? A meat eater would never outthink a sun eater. It's just that simple. So anybody who thinks that the evolution theory is real and want to keep pushing this lie to our people so they can keep getting the world's accolades, the fake luxury that's at the dispense of other black people across the globe, if you know what I'm saying, just come up and let's have a discussion. Why are 8 million children going missing and 70 to 80% of those children look like us, so-called black people? Why are we allowing that? We still want to talk about reparations. We still want to talk about racism. We still want to talk about who was on this landmass first, who was on that landmass first, when this planet belongs to us, when this earth is just one of our home. Planet Earth is just one of our homes. And look how we arguing about it. Oh, that's my couch over there. Oh, that's my shoes. Look, like, what the fuck is we talking about? 8 million children going missing for their red blood cells, their stem cells, and their adrenochrome. What is we talking about? What can be more important than that? Our women are getting snatched globally. Like, it's happening, and we just looking at it and scrolling. Come on, brothers. You see one of the mother of life getting abused by an animal with a uniform, and you're gonna record it because you lost that courage. Your amygdala, you're stuck in your amygdala. Your prefrontal cortex is underdeveloped. Your pineal gland shrank. I want to step with brothers who had that protective energy in within them, who got that fire within them. Like, what? We saying, oh, the e-files, man, you know, that only had white children. That only had this children. So where is all these children that are black that is getting reported? Where are they going? Where are they going? So that's why I'm asking, are you a title or are you your genetics? Because look at all those look at all those neuromelanated children. I know the comments blocking, but look at all those neuromelanated children. Dominican Republic, Black, Nigerian, Black American, they all have these titles, but guess what they all have in common? Their DNA, which is neuromelanin, condensed sunlight, a macromolecule that regenerates itself, that's self-civilizing, that absorbs the entire light spectrum, that is creative, that created planets, that created pyramids, megalithic structures. We gave all that up to be American, to be African, to be Egyptian, to be kings, pharaohs. I don't care about none of that. So this is what we're dealing with right now. It's an identity crisis. Not knowing that your identity is in your DNA. Why are we as so-called Black people scared of science? It's just the study of the natural world. You're the natural world that they're studying. So how can it be pseudoscience when they have their own field of science called synthetic biology, where that's a whole field of biology where they make synthetic organisms? Oh, there wasn't no labs back then. So if there wasn't no labs back then, how did this person that we know, white, Asian, Arab, if we know that they're 7,000 years old and 8,000 years old, how do you have a lab created melanin? How do you have a lab created melanin? And we see reptilian statues in Peru. We see them in Japan. We see them all in South America, England, Africa. We see all of these reptilian statues. You see them in Iraq, them literally splicing DNA to create these people, literally having them on all fours, hypertrichosis with vestigial tails and cutaneous horns. So abundance, Harry, you can go ahead, tell us okay, he left on his own. I just want to know everybody's thoughts and visions on where the eukaryotic cell came from. Because if you didn't already, he was genetically spliced. There's more intelligent life on this planet than your scientist admits. Why would I go to Google or an online source to find something when all the sources are talking about the petroglyphs and hydroglyphs that exist in real life? So that's all you're asking. I am the source walking around. My children, all our children are women, are men. We are the source walking around. What I don't need an AI to prove I'm biointelligence. I don't need artificial intelligence to prove I'm biointelligence.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay, so what's abundance? Abundance. Go ahead and tell us your thoughts and visions on the topic, bro.
I came in at the end when Buddy was trying to trip you up to see if you can, little technical stuff, and you kind of made him get out of there. That's the part where I came in at. But I hear what you're saying now, and I wanted to see what you think about the mRNA that they were trying to put in the jabs to get in people. You think that got something to do with what you was just describing, like trying to get it in those of us who we don't have that nucleus, so they're trying to put one in there like that? You think that got anything to do with it?
Okay, so they're not trying to put a nucleus within you, because so-called Black people cells, they can't cut into Black people's cells. Our cells, our DNA is actually not inside of the cell. It's outside of the cell. It's what coats the cell. It's neuromelanin. And when they try to cut the cell with UV light, it actually absorbs the entire light spectrum. You see what I'm saying? Like a black hole. And that's one of the parts of the cycle of the sun. The sun has many cycles. It never unalives. The sun one day is going to become a black hole. That's why now a lot of things is changing on the planet, because the sun went from golden yellow to white now, and it's not rising at the east and the west anymore. So again, you was talking about the mRNA and you was talking about the V. Yes, that the V shot was meant to disrupt the mRNA in your heart, because your heart helps pump your blood to other parts of your body and organs. And they know that we have antigens, so-called black people around the planet, we have antigens. We have animal antigens that is attached to our red blood cells and is stealing the red blood cells vitamins and nutrients, leaving it weak, leaving the bone marrow weak. So it starts producing immature red blood cells, with these red blood cells that are immature start unaliving more than they're reproducing. And now your lymphatic system, your glymphatic system, your whole anatomy starts to become weak and starts to be susceptible to viruses and diseases. And a virus and a disease that they put in those V shots is called toxema plasma, or toxema gondii. I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Because I ain't do it. I just had a feeling not to do it. I was telling all my people, don't do it. Oh, junk. That's it. It'll like a pathogen or something.
Yeah, it is a pathogen, and it's good that you didn't do it, but you have millions of people with your genetic makeup who are being subjugated to these viruses and diseases. You see what I'm saying? So just because you're living good doesn't mean that us as a species is all living good, because we chose this destruction. So again, okay.
No, I agree with you. But all we could do is tell people and inform them. Like, I heard they got another one that's finna be coming out because they talking about this Lyme disease, so they want to make something for that. You heard about that?
Okay, yeah, I heard about all of these pathogens and diseases, but I don't eat meat, so I know how to restructure back my immune system. You know what I'm saying? I'm being the sun. I ground. So
I'm talking about the quote. I'm gonna say the Vax forum. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's like a new problem. Like, they'll say it's the Lyme disease stuff going on, so they have a new. I think it was with Pfizer or somebody. They finna make a new thing where this is the new vaccine you got to get.
I just wanted to say something. This is the co-host here. The thing about the vaccines and the diseases, these are the same diseases since 541 AD.
Yep.
Justinian and Byzantine era. This isn't anything new. What the host is trying to explain is that you already have antigens surrounding your cell, whether you get the shots or not. Because as a byproduct of their microbiome, breathing around these people, being around these people, eating the food, like, you're adding antigens and keeping them in check. So it's like, whether you got the vaccine or not, nothing is above our genetics. Nothing is above neuromelanin or light. So I don't want our viewers to get the wrong perception. This can all be detoxed. I mean, you just have to understand the herbs, the plants, plant compounds, because when you look on the back of these medicine and these different ingredients that they're using, the manipulation of nutrition facts, creating these synthetic chemicals, using molecular gastronomy, and he also mentioned synthetic biology as well. These long drawn out names are just the synthetic version of what our plants already naturally do. They're the synthetic or the man-made versions of what the plant compounds are. So what we should be focusing on is getting these, like he has on the screen right here, like getting these different parasites, these antigens, and cleaning them out of our blood, getting them off of our red blood cells, because that's what's going to block us from seeing the truth in our children. That's what's going to block us from seeing the truth on what's actually going on with each other, because these parasites and these antigens, they send messages to the brain. And this is what makes you crave certain things. This is what makes you frustrated, mad, upset for no reason, right? These are the things that are actually controlling your reality more than these doctors want to admit. So we have to understand that, like, we have to be going through a cleansing and a shift of mindset, a shift of like the way that we're carrying ourselves, the way that we perceive the world, the way that, you know what I'm saying? Like, science is the study of the natural world. And in order for us to make sense of what we're going through and how to shift beyond this point, it has to be science. It's not going to be American Indian. It's not going to be Tamari. It's not going to be any of these superficial titles, because that's not telling us anything about our genetics. We're going missing on a global scale because of our genetics, the adrenochrome, the stem cells, like he was talking about earlier, our neuromelanin. It powers up a lot of these fake electric, like what you consider these electronics. Neuromelanin is at the base of that. You see what I'm saying? This fake grid that they've created has nothing on what our mother, her true electromagnetic grid is really capable of. So I just wanted to like lock in with that, because I hear my other half has been going live about this longer than we have. You know what I'm saying? Me and him both. He's been talking about the children since day one. And I watch people come in here. I don't say anything, you know what I'm saying, for the first part. He's pouring his heart out about what's going on about people, and we care about vaccines. We care about titles. We care about this. We care about, it's like, y'all, we got to get to the point to where we realize what this system is truly built off of, which is us. You see what I'm saying? So nothing else matters until we can lock in on the truth about who we are and our genetics.
Yeah,
that's literally the key to understanding that the reason why things are going on the way that they're going on is because we don't know ourselves. They know about the sun. White people is going live about the sun. They talking about radiation. They talking about terrestrial radiation, planets, UFOs, the comments. We sitting here going live every day about fucking reparations. That shit blows me, man. It blows me. So I just wanted to give my 2 cents on that. He's getting ready to break down this parasite that actually affects our bodies, toxoplasmids. You see what I'm saying? Which basically means toxic plasma. You see what I'm saying?
Toxic to your plasmid, to your plasma, we have plasmid DNA.
Yeah,
we have animal
DNA.
So it's toxic to your plasma DNA.
So I just want to lock in with that.
I came in at the end, near like the end, so I didn't hear all that much when you was probably talking about that subject with the kids, because like I'm a father too. That's a major thing. Like we do need to come together about that. I agree. And I was bringing up about the vaccine and stuff, not saying for, I guess, to kind of bring awareness, like, hey, you know, I'm staying away from them, and I urge all of us to stay away from them. Not necessarily what they're saying is for, but the vaccines they coming out with. Like when I learned about with the ones they have for kids, when I realized some of the stuff that they vaccinated kids for school, majority of the stuff is like 1 in a whole lot of chances that you'll get it. Like it's very rare that the kids will even get this stuff, but the side effects come with so much extra stuff. So I was just trying to bring a little awareness about that too, and just seeing what bro's view was on that, because I see that you pretty studied in this type of stuff. So that's where I was at. I wasn't trying to make that the focus or the aim. I was just kind of asking about it. Because I'm trying to learn, so I'm kind of new on this wave too, and I'm definitely trying to learn more.
I hear. Okay, go ahead.
I know you're saying that you came in at a part of the conversation. We can actually see when people come in here and when they leave, but that's neither here nor there. The prompt on the screen talks about our children going missing. It's talking about us versus their so-called evolution. I think more people just pay attention to evolution because they want to hear more about the science than what's going on with our people, not understanding that science is at the root of it all. That's fair. And if anybody has any questions, you can come up. Riri, you know what I'm saying? We don't really know your genetics. So.
Okay. Oh, my fault. Were you gonna say something? I just wanted to break this down real quick, and then I'm gonna let you speak, brother. You see what I'm saying? So again, is there a parasite that can control your behavior? I know y'all probably can't see it, but I'm gonna just read it for y'all. It says, is there a parasite that can control your behavior? It says research shows that research shows that certain parasites can influence I can't even see it, man. Damn. Okay, can influence one's personality traits and behavior and infect individuals, which is called Toxoplasma gondii, a well-known parasite which is suspect for increasing risk of sexually aggressive behavior. That's what it's saying. And look how, and just when I'm reading this, just look at our people today. Just look at our people today. I don't need to tell you nothing. You can make connections with your neurons. So it says plasmosis is an infection caused by single-celled parasites, which is false, because all eukaryotes are parasites. And for you to be a eukaryote, oh, they're trying to take my live down. But for you to be a eukaryote, you have to have more than one genetics within you, because the definition of eukaryote is multicellular organism or truly seeded organism. You see what I'm saying? So it says here, this parasite occurs worldwide and can last for long periods of time, up to lifetime, your whole lifetime. You see what I'm saying? They try to say it's in human bodies and other animals. These human bodies are composed of other animals to make one body. So this one body is filled with parasites that these other animals possess. These different animals possess. And we're laying with them. We're getting vaccinated with them. We're eating them. All the fast food, all the meats, you're eating these people. You see what I'm saying? So unlike most pathogens, toxoplasma can cross the blood-brain barrier and invade brain cells. Once inside neurons, the parasite releases a suite of proteins which are now foreign to your body, which is called what? Antigens, that can alter gene expression. So when they say alter gene expression, it doesn't mean that it can alter the structure of neuromelanin. It means that it's altering what your neurons, the neurons are producing what? Neurotransmitters, which are hormones that affect how the body is going to feel, how it's going to move. You see what I'm saying? The vibration that it's going to be at. So that's what the parasite is targeting. So it says here, which may be a factor in behavioral changes, and it causes in affected animals and people. So let me keep going. This says symptoms and causes: yellow eyes and skin, jaundice. And jaundice, when you see a lot of people with yellow eyes, and we try to say it's not them, we're not them. No, jaundice, it just means there's a what's it called? There's a substance that gets released when hemoglobin molecules break too fast. The immature red blood cells that break too fast, and they release berberine or berylline. I don't know how to really say it, but it's their language. It starts like that. So that substance that get released, it releases too much into the blood and becomes too harsh for the liver and the pancreas to filter. So now your eyes and your skin starts to become yellow. That's what's happening. And it says seizures, fluid in the brain, which is what? For all my Yaku people that says Yaku people, the Yaku people that be saying, oh, Yaku, the big head, that's the big head right there. This is the parasite that's causing that big head. So did the parasite make this organism? Like, I'm confused when y'all trying to tell me about this hydrocephalus.
Yeah, hydrocephalus means brain inflammation, and nobody else that has that disease is splicing. So I don't understand why people are saying Yakub the big head scientist, considering that Yakub translates to subplanter. That does not mean that he's a black man with a big ass head. We got to start defining what stuff is, but
exactly. So somebody supplanted the eukaryotic cell into reality to live amongst eukaryotes and to give them diseases, to cause confusion, to lower their consciousness. This is what these parasites, viruses, and diseases are here for. And when we tell you so-called black people are made up of prokaryotes, yes, we are made up of bacteria. We're made up of 100 trillion prokaryotic bacteria. Everybody else is made up of parasites, viruses, and diseases. So this is what's in them, and this is what is attaching to our red blood cells. This is what is weakening our brain capacity, making us use only 3 to 5% of our brain. So I'm gonna get to you, Bib. Let me just say one more thing. So it says your viruses manipulate host behavior to maximize transmission, often by modifying neurotransmitters. What did I just say? They modify neurotransmitters by releasing these proteins or these antigens into the blood. So stimulating aggression, you see our people getting mad all the time for no reason, altering a social interaction. You see what I'm saying? Notable examples include rabies. You see what I'm saying? And parasites that override brain functions, such as the one we just explained to you. So moving forward, animals that have this: sheep, goats, pigs. Who shares DNAs with sheep, goats, and pigs? Everybody outside of so-called black people, because sheep, goats, and pigs all possess vitrosynthetic eumelanin and pheomelanin. That's the same melanin that these people have. So this parasite passes through the blood-brain barrier. This is so everybody who be knowing about the blood-brain barrier, this is the parasite that passes through it and controls your neural functions. So when we say neuromelanin, neuromelanin is just in the brain, neuromelanin is just in your brain. Your neuromelanin controls your whole physical reality. It controls all your physical functions, all your metaphysical functions, everything. It's a quantum computer that moves off signaling, vibration, electromagnetism, and light. That's what your body moves off of. It doesn't move off pork. It doesn't move off chicken. It doesn't move off that. That keeps it drained from minerals and vitamins. So with moving forward, go ahead, Bib. I'm going to change it back. I'm going to circle back to this again, y'all. But go ahead and tell us your thoughts and visions on the evolution theory, which is the biggest lie ever told to so-called black people.
Well, I've been functioning using 100% of my brain. I speak another language fluently since April 13th, 2025.
Oh,
Yeah, my ex was offered $50,000 to sacrifice me to take my life. Uh, Back in 2024, I was taken out of my home and placed in a mental facility 2 days. I was there for 2 days and a half. I had to see 3 doctors and a judge. And at that time, I didn't know exactly why I was there, but I basically had already had awakened. I had stopped the meteorite, which was 3-eye atlas, before the telescopes or anybody could even speak about it. And I asked the first doctor, what is this that she put in my arm? This is why I put in the comments about the nanoparticles, and which is synthetic melanin. These little micro I don't know what else to call them other than particles, that they use our melanin to create nanites. And when I asked the lady about what is this she put in my arm, and she said, well, if you don't take this, we're going to send you to a maximum mental facility. You'll never go home. And that just made me say, you know what, just give it to me. So when I get to the second doctor, to the statement that you made earlier, and I asked her, I said, well, is there by any chance that you know what what was put in my arm? And she said, oh, that's nothing. That's just going to stop you from going to your higher states of consciousness. The problem was they were late. I had already reached the highest level of consciousness. Um, and this is when I went out and I was told by Anpu. This is how I learned that these mythologies and these African stories were 100% real, as to dealing with like the Orisha, which we would call nature spirits, etc. We give them these names because these actual names, they take on actual, not just physical form, but like, I'm gonna say energy form, because you can't see them, but they will appear. And Anpu is the one who was teaching me that we are the law of correspondence. And the reason why the Ankh Els, which we call angels, the ancestors, the Orisha, ancestral angels, can't get back in the earth, is he started to speak about they're closing all the portals. He was speaking about tracking the stars, abortions, the children coming up missing, and just not being able to get in the earth in a particular time. So this is why I was awakened. And what's amazing about that is Yeshua, who we will call Jesus, this particular type of energy was standing next to him. But Anpu's energy was way more calming and just more beautiful than that Christ energy that stood next to him. And I was able to talk to the actual creators, the all in all, who we will consider to be the most high themselves, who are known as the one. And what I've been realizing lately is this is the reason for the neutralizing of the rise of any Messiah for someone such as myself. And I've been telling this story for over a year. So your live they just tried to restrict your live is because I came in here. So my phone is cloned, hacked, and tapped. And it's just a simple story like I'm explaining. They don't want you to actually know that these spiritual abilities, these gifts, these presents that you have, not only are they dormant, they are actually already online. It's about just realizing and just operating in that power, in that energy. So about the cordyceps fungus and the synonymity between what you're speaking about and dealing with the spores, what we're dealing with is dealing with the rugs that are masquerading as foods to lower your frequency, that'll keep you from ascending. And before I knew who I was put in a mental facility because when I woke up, I was saying Ashe, and I didn't even know why. I was just walking around and I'm Ashe, and I opened the door and I'm trying to remove this clouds from the sun, and I'm able to do it. So, these nanoparticles, this COVID-19 crown chakra dis-ease, the 19 is artificial intelligence. So what they were doing was they knew that this time was coming, so they tried to get
All
ahead
right,
of it.
man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
Hold on for a second.
go ahead.
I let you talk there. I let you express, my brother. And I started off with asking you, what are your thoughts and visions on the topic? You feel what I'm saying? And you went on to say, I'm using 100% of my brain. So if you're using 100% of your brain, you could save all the children by yourself right now. Every children that's going missing, you can save them right now by yourself if you were using 100% of your brain. Because you told me,
Hold
hold
on.
on for a second.
I've been.
I let you talk for a
Go ahead.
good minute, my brother. Like, just respect. We're two neuromelanated beings. There's no reason for that. So you said that the reason why you're using 100% of your brain is because you speak a different language. How much brain usage? What is the percentage of brain usage that it takes to speak a language, to walk, to jump up and down, to play basketball, to drink water? All of that is only 3 to 5%. You did not unlock your genetics because your skin is still heavily oxidized. You see what I'm saying? Your skin is still heavily oxidized, which is an extension of your mind, an extension of your soul. And you're still under light cold lockdown. You see what I'm saying? You're still around pathogens. You still have antigens. You still have all of these things because I'm talking about how the children are going missing. And you're telling me that somebody told you in a higher realm talk to you, when in higher realms they don't speak English, they don't say Ashe, they don't speak none of those languages. We don't bring none of those languages back to the cosmos. Languages come from the word languish, which means to suffer. So the organism, the reptilian organism, Pindar Moloch, who created languages, created these languages so our brain, our mind, our energy can suffer. So our energy doesn't flow properly. This is why all languages don't create audible friction. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't allow you to create the reality that you want to create. So you're saying that you using 100% of your brain because you're speaking new languages, but these languages are hindering your brain from absorbing cymatic waves from the sun and the earth. How is it that you're using 100% of your brain? You're not. And hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. That was rhetorical, my brother. Respect. Like, you're not using 100% of your brain, and this is an issue that we're dealing with. We're trying to have this superiority complex above each other, saying, "Oh, I unlock this, or I can do like I can talk, I can do all that." That makes no sense. The sun doesn't speak like that. The universe don't speak like that. The trees don't speak like that. The earth don't speak like that. The water don't speak like that. Nothing that's natural and organic and give life speak like that. So where are you getting that from? That's not us. Our people speak through
Yeah,
straight
that's
telepathy. They speak through
yes,
neutrino beams, through thought transgression, through thought transmission, through body language.
yes, to yes, this
Hold
is
on
a
for a
fact.
second, man. Hold on for a second. Just hold on. I know you're eager to speak, but remember, I was just pulling up that the parasites that is controlling our brain. You see what I'm saying? And if we're not gonna have the value and respect for each other's mind and hearts to speak, then what's the conversation for, my brother? So I'm just telling you, you're not using 100% of your brain, and I just broke that all down, and that you have oxidative organs. They're heavily oxidized. They're filled with oxygen species that extract oxygen and other interstellar gases out of your organs. And we can tell this by you being brown right now. If you had 100% of your brain unlocked, you will be glowing red, green, blue, indigo. You will have all of these different colors like the stars. When you see stars and orbs in the sky, they're using 100% of their brain and body. That's you at 100%. You're right now. You're still a star seed, and you're a poison star seed right now that don't know himself. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why I say you don't know yourself is because when you came in here, you came with me, 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 me. You wasn't talking about we. You only started talking about we when another organism had to tell you that. That's another organism from a higher realm had to tell you
Okay,
that
brother.
children in front of you are going missing.
Okay, King. All right,
That's what I'm
bro.
getting at. That's
No,
like
no,
that
that's
sounds like
fine.
a
That's fine.
religion.
It's okay.
You feel what I'm
No,
saying to
no,
you?
no, no. I was explaining to you my personal experiences, right? Just like we covered in this nano diamond melanin, right? So I wasn't it's not a we thing, right? The first thing I had to do was lay everything bare in front of the creator. Now, your understanding of being one of the 8.2 billion people in the earth, you can't tell me if you do not have this particular type of experience. See, this is why I was explaining it the way that I was explaining it, as to even the doctors, they wouldn't even tell me what was this that they put in my arm. And this is how I found out that they were nanites. It's because I'm intertwined with a particular type of network, right, across the earth right now, where we all speak telepathically. And a lot of you are not tapped in. Your bodies are not alkalinized enough. Yeah, I don't eat meat either. I don't deal with any rugs that are masquerading as foods. I don't party. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do none of these things. And I've been like this for years now. And what I'm just telling you is, right, the way you were just speaking to me, it is wrong. And see, this is how I got this title and this name called I Am Before I Am. It's because you probably only heard of I Am that I am, but I got these different names in the Bibles, right? The gold black bull, the God of all time. I got these titles. This don't come out of etching God out or etching the goddess out, which is dealing with ego, right? That's not where I'm coming from. What I'm speaking about is a particular type of network of people that are in the earth that are being monitored daily. It ain't about an I thing, but it is about the integral parts, though we all make up the whole. So though you may know, I'm telling you about the experience with me, this energy that we know that can't be created or destroyed. It only transformed, no different than Jesus being Ptah, who's the original utterance. I'm just telling you who's in the earth and what's actually going on when I was speaking about the Orisha. When I said that about the nectars, that's not a me. I was telling you a personal experience of me actually dealing with a particular type of energy that is in the earth that was telling me what I was and teaching me about myself. Because after you learn yourself, the creator starts to teach you that you are a god or a goddess. You got to know thyself, right? Know thyself as God and know thy enemy, which is the big three. So I was just speaking from that particular perspective of me being an integral part. So it's like dealing with Dalai Lama's The Universe in a Single Atom. I had to go to these particular types of understandings to try to figure out, am I tripping? Am I hearing voices? Like I went downstairs earlier. My brother was down there all day yesterday by himself. But when I was down there, things were moving. I'm used to it now. I'm used to waking up and seeing angels sit at the feet of my bed, ancestors. Remember, this energy can't be created or destroyed. I'm not saying I. Bro, I woke up speaking a language fluently April 13, 2025 that I don't know nothing about right now. Then put it through AI. It can't tell me what it is or nothing. And you can go watch it on my page right now, speaking fluently. It's about 3 videos up. So it's not about being glokeful. It's not exalting myself above you. I'm just telling you what I went through at 41 years old. I'm 43 now. I'm just telling you about the life insurance policy that was taken out on my life, the 50K that was taken out on my life, because at the time I didn't know myself. It took love to get where I am. Literally, you still have to love everything in creation. Then you'll be able to travel within the atom itself, these minute particles with the potential for vast energy, by realizing that you are these things. This is the point of understanding of reading books like The Metal Nature, right? Dealing with Raul Nefer Amen, so you can gain more understanding of self, because this is an integral part of self, though that is a different individual, but we are the one. So I'm not speaking from a egotistical viewpoint. I'm literally explaining experience. You may have the particular definitions of what you're speaking about, but I saw evolution, the biggest lie ever told, which is true, right? We're talking about 13 strands of DNA series down to 9 strands of DNA series, till you got this chimpanzee on the screen that has 4 DNA series, right? The orangutan got the 5 and everybody else got the 6, but we have the 9. So we understand a few things. That's why I spoke about the cordyceps fungus. It's why I spoke about COVID-19 being crown chakra dis-ease, artificial intelligence, the AI, dealing with these nanoparticles that they done baptized the world in, that was eating away, that you were speaking about. Because I lost people during COVID as well. But I was just speaking from
Okay,
that.
my other
This is
half.
not a my love.
Do
Yeah,
you
love is
how do you
thicker.
feel
Real
about
quick.
how do you feel about evolution and all these other people? Like, you're telling us a story about how approximately around this time last year someone gave you an injection. So how did
2024
the
November.
how did the eukaryotic cell get here for us to be going through things like that? For them to be injecting antigens into our body willingly with their consent. How did we get that's what we talking about. Evolution, the
That's
biggest
what I
lie ever
was.
told. How did the
Yeah, that
eukaryotic
was my
cell get
reference.
here?
That
Because
was
when
my
we talk about
reference.
Hold
genetic
on, man.
engineering, the thing about genetic engineering is that microinjection is a form of hybridization. Understand? So these vaccines, these injections is a form of microinjection. So let's circle back to the prompt.
Yeah,
Evolution, the biggest lie we're told. How do you feel about everything that's happening on the planet to our children, our women, and our men?
we don't need a reference. We need you
Yeah.
to make this the main topic in your mind so we can get our babies back.
Well, it's a well. So there is a thing called the court of the children. If you didn't know, and dealing with the court of the children, when you say we just want to get these babies back, we're talking about. I believe it's like 163 million. I may be off, but it's something like that worldwide of dealing with the children that come up missing each year. So I can't I can't honestly deal with the black and white because I've actually seen the actual demon shapeshift inside black people's bodies, literally, which made me put the Pan Africanism to the side and say, you know what, I thought this was a particular type of fight and it's not. It's actually more deeper than what is surface level of dealing with colorism, right? So
Colorism. Interesting. Are you done, my brother?
well, racism, right? This mental disorder or this mental dis-ease. You know, it's what I that's how I look at racism. But what I mean is when it comes to black and white, I can't say that the battle is just black and white after actually seeing someone shape shift in my face. It changes my whole reality of what's actually going on. Like devil's advocate, when the women, right, the faces were shape shifting, right, and you will see that they actually look like demons. But this is the reason why we have nanoparticles inside the makeup now, so these people can hold their structures. You can see this at people like Dwayne Johnson right now, Oprah Winfrey, um, Serena Williams, right? From that plasma you were speaking about, which is another form of the Christ oil, right? Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, right? These types of people that sign these
The other
contracts,
Hey, excuse me,
you know,
y'all.
these are spirit. Yeah, go ahead.
My bad. I just want to because I mean I don't have all the answers and like that either. But as I was sitting here kind of listening to both sides and looking at the screen and stuff, I just want to go to the part at the bottom, like with the kids. I I honestly think that it starts with our relationships, like relationships with your neighbor, relationships like in the household, boyfriend, girlfriend, uncle, nephew, mom, dad. I feel like it starts with all the relationships, and I feel like that, along with distractions, along with men not being men, what I'm saying, and not doing what we supposed to do as fathers, as men, as warriors, as leaders. And then kind of like people like want to either just mind their business and act like they ain't see nothing, or pull out the camera, the phone, and record, but don't do anything. And I think that in itself is a lot of the problems that we have to even have these things happen. Like if there wasn't the arguing, fussing, not getting along, and then let the kids do their thing and then assume that a child is where they're supposed to be at instead of confirming it, keeping our eyes on it. We can't necessarily depend on us being a village no more because it's so much going on. But I think a start is us having somewhat of a better relationship, or a kind gesture, or just looking out for each other in some small ways to bigger ways, all of us amongst ourselves. I think that and that structure kind of discourages somebody from wanting to like get a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like if they're not that distracted, or if there's a structure there, or if people are kind of like, hey, what's up, and knowing each other, or being a little more, instead of just being on a swivel, or feeling like, they have to be by themselves. Because there's a lot of women out here who feel like they can't trust nobody, and they have to handle everything by themselves, and they can take on more by themselves than what they probably even should. And I think a lot of it is our fault as men.
So how do you feel about
Hold
being
on
in a
for a second.
14, 15-year relationship and being sold off for
Hold on
fifty
for a
thousand
second.
dollars and placed in a
Hold on
mental
for a
facility?
second. Hold on for a second. I got y'all. You feel what I'm saying? The problem is that we don't understand that there's parasites, diseases, and antigens influencing the way we think today. So-called black people, before we came into contact even with the creators of the eukaryotic cell, we were living on this planet harmoniously with communities. You see what I'm saying? We had a global civilization of black people on this planet. So the reason why we are acting the way we are today is because we have subscribed to an artificial system. and we allowed that artificial system to continuously poison us and our children. You see what I'm saying? So when we get back, is when we asked the brother down there, we asked him, how do you feel about what's going on with the children? How do you feel what's going on with the woman? He went on a whole rant again to talk about himself. Then he talked about Ariana Grande. He started talking about all these other things. We just asking you, how do you feel that our children, 8 million children, are going missing and half of them look like you? How do you feel that they're going missing?
I
Hold on for a
explained.
second. Hold on for a second. Just hold
But I
on.
answered the question though.
Hold
You
on
stop
hold
attacking me,
on.
please, because
I'm not
I don't attack people,
I'm
bro.
not attack. If
Yeah,
you
you
think,
keep
if you
you
associate,
keep doing it. You're
okay.
trying it, bro. Just I'm not trying to argue.
The panel says, "Oh no, we're talking." Like I'm talking about the energy you attach yourself to. So if you're saying that you are attached to that negative energy, that low vibrational energy, and say you're attacking me, then now I know who you are. I know who your character is. It's just that simple. I'm. It's just that simple. The panel says no over talking. So if you see me talking, just don't interrupt. It's just that simple. And when you're talking, I let y'all talk for a good minute, and I just shut up. It's just that simple. You have to have the courage to speak and to listen. So again, I asked him. I'm just asking this individual, this brother. He said, "You're attacking me." Well, whose responsibility and duty is it to protect the children? Who am I supposed to hold accountable? I'm not supposed. It's not in my genetics to hold no woman accountable. It's in a woman's genetics to hold her own genetic counterpart accountable, not me. I'm supposed to hold my brothers accountable for what we're not doing genetically. I know about my genetics. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just asking, if this is going on, 8 million children going missing, and they mostly look like us. You see what I'm saying? They going missing worldwide. 25 million children get sent to school. You see what I'm saying? To school aid, which means to keep clear from the truth every day. It's not even about children that are, it's the children we have right here, right now, that are growing up and is going to be the next generation. What type of information are you feeding them? What type of light are you feeding them? Are you feeding them Fruit Loops all day? Are you putting them in front of a screen all day? Are you sending them to get taught by unnatural animals all day? Are you sending them to get medically evaluated by animals all day? What are you doing? You see what I'm saying? We need another organism to teach our children about science, to teach our children about 1, 2, 3, about how energy goes up and down, left and right. I'm just talking about the main issue that our people need to be focusing on is learning themselves. You need to be learning yourself. You have internal conflict every day, but you'll focus on somebody else's internal conflict. You want to judge them all day and feel good. Oh, I can judge them. Nobody knows about me though. No, you do know about you. And one day you're going to have to judge yourself. You have to be your own judge, your own executioner, your own everything. So what I'm trying to get is that knowledge of self, knowing all levels of organization of life, know how you, the energy, is flowing through all matters of life, and how it connects through other celestial organisms, through other prokaryotic cells. And you will know how to move in life. That's it. The reason why you don't know how to move in life is because you don't even know the cells that are within you. You don't even know how many cells are within you. You don't even know what your muscle cells do, your neuron cells do. And this is not no ego. This is simple shit that we should be knowing and passing on to our children. I gotta hold you accountable for that, my brother. I gotta hold all my people accountable for that shit. I gotta hold myself accountable first for that. It's just simple. So that's what we need to be focused on. That's what we need to be doing. If you focus on aligning your mind with your thoughts, if you're focused on regulating your own nervous system, if you focused on creating a reality that doesn't benefit just you, because to be creative is to be creative for everybody, not just you. To be creative for all life, all trees, these bees. We so-called black people created these natural organisms
Yes.
without splicing. We didn't do it with splicing. It's not in our genetics to splice.
Also, Sorry, I would want to say that Black and Latina people actually, because we are the.
Okay.
1 second, y'all. It says no over talking. I just wanted to interject. Okie Hill, if you wanted to come up, the host is gonna get to you. It's just other people on the panel. So no over talking, y'all. It says that in red. You know what I'm saying? Give the host some respect. Go ahead.
Exactly. And again, I'm not targeting one brother or sister. I'm targeting the whole collective who collectively chose to be enslaved, who collectively chose to be mentally enslaved by AI, and who collectively is choosing an inorganic, unnatural species to medically and psychologically evaluate us every day. That's who I'm trying to hold accountable. And the way y'all reacting towards me shows me how you talk to yourself in your mind, shows me how you deal with internal conflict. So that's all I was going to say. So let's keep moving forward. I want to know how the eukaryotic cell came about from my people's viewpoint, because with this viewpoint it will show us where we will be heading in a new age. So go ahead, Royal, go ahead and tell us. I know you came up here before, but I want you to explain to us what is the like what is your thoughts on the evolution theory, since it's the biggest lie told to us?
Um, I don't have all the details, but I know it's a lie. Um, how do I feel about children going missing? We failed them decades ago. Um, Even with myself, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm 60 years old, and it's scary because once you begin to see, you can't unsee, and that means you see all the lies, you see the manipulation, and it's multifaceted, and it's a hard battle. And we buy, I'm going to speak from personal experience as with raising my kids, accepting labels that man put on them. But as I began to awaken, I seen that it wasn't, and they are chosen. And so now I'm fighting and struggling to educate them, surround them with good things, teaching them about them, like you said, know thyself. And sometimes that's a hard pill to swallow because you realize you don't know a lot. You don't know shit compared to what you should know. Excuse my French because I'm getting angry right now. And it's accountability. And if it hurts, that means something you need to check within you, because I look back over my life where I allowed people to dumb me down for the sake of what man said was normal. And I'm not normal by any shape. And so I'm accepting that now, and I'm walking in it, and I'm trying to gather all the information that I can to share with my children and my grandchildren. And quite honestly speaking, I just became a grandmother 2 months ago, and I wish my daughter had never had another child. And that may be hard to say, but this world that
Why?
we're in right now, if you don't have the strength to fight it and be the odd person out amongst in a crowd of a million, you know it's hard. It's hard. So there's a lot that I'm still learning, and
Okay.
yeah,
So what is it that you're learning, and what is it that is hard for you in your daily life to pass on information to the next generation?
learning the biology, science, going back through school again. Even though I'm a nurse, there still was a lot of crap that they intentionally omitted. Our makeup, everything that you described, and even the other gentleman, what he was describing as well. All of it makes sense because when you just know you. And what's the scary part is that I want to stand in surety that I'm guiding my kids and my grandkids in the right direction.
Okay. I want to say first that I hear everybody be saying kids, kids, kids. We shouldn't be calling our children, our star seeds, kids.
Okay,
You know what I'm
fair
saying?
enough.
Kids is talking about baby goats. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Baby animals.
okay.
So I appreciate the passion that you have for them, and
Hmm.
you see what I'm saying. But there's something missing, because you're saying that I'm learning this biology, I'm learning these Science, and then you say I want to become a nurse.
No, no, no. I say I
To
am a
go to
nurse.
school. Oh, you am a nurse. You are a medical
I am a
professional.
nurse, and the things that they taught us in nursing school was a bunch of crap. You know, they left out the most important parts, and I feel like that was intentional. You know, I
Okay.
know it was intentional, and you're correct. Um, um, they are star seeds. They see things. I don't let they want. You know, I have two that doctors want to put on medication. No, they seeing what you don't see. They're operating at a higher frequency. I may not understand it and how to nurture it, but one thing I'm not gonna do is dumb it down with man-made poison.
Okay. So what biology do you be passing down to the children? Can I ask you that?
Just right now, I'm going back through biology 101, starting from the bottom to the top. So what
Right now.
with um with my 14-year-old starseed, I am guiding him to STEM classes, and it's just at the bottom, brother. I'm literally starting from the bottom up, trying to retrain my brain and re-educate myself.
Okay. You've been in our lives before, right?
Right.
And what do our lives be talking about?
Your lives are talking about DNA. Um, excuse me, brother. I'm on the spot.
Go
um,
ahead.
DNA build up hybrids. Excuse me for lack of. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I can't remember everything, but you're talking about how we are, what we're made of, our cells, and how we are meant to communicate and operate in this world.
Okay. Gratitude for that. But okay,
Can I
my mother of life wants to speak to you.
abundance sis? Um, I know every time you come to the live, I can tell that you're really trying to learn and gain more knowledge yourself. If there's something that I can personally help you with, like with inner and overstanding, seeing, decoding, I can work with you like personally if you're
Okay.
truly dedicated. It's just this live right here, we're trying to address our people
Hmm.
about, the eukaryotic cell. So I don't want you to feel rushed because it's like other people that want to speak.
Okay.
I can lock in with you personally. I think that that'll be better for me and you to have the conversation than for you to have that with Zell.
Okay.
Because our brains are different than men. The thing that we pay attention to as women and how we decode and perceive the world is different than the masculine brain. I can help you with that. Is that something that is that what you're kind of needing, like
Yeah.
guidance with everything?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got you with that. I'll reach out to you. You can, you can stay up here. I just wanted to help you because I see y'all's conversation.
Yeah.
Um, 1 second. Let us just go to the next guest really quick and get to
Abundance.
everybody. And abundance, mother, thank you for really trying to lock in with this too, especially as at everything that you've been through in your experience.
Because you have courage to even come up. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I admire that. You know what I'm saying? Courage to come and speak. You know what I'm saying? Like these languages are not meant for us to, but the problem is we gotta keep studying, y'all. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure who that was that just left. If you want to come back up, we're addressing everybody. Go ahead. Go
You
ahead,
can
Yay
bring
and
me down.
Sky, and then we'll
Okay.
get to Milo. I know Milo wants to speak. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, Yay and Sky.
Hey, my name is Sky, and I've been like watching these videos of this man named Rashad Jamal, and he talks about how draconian reptilians came to Earth, and they had a big war with black, which is gods and goddesses, black people. Um, do you guys hear me correctly? Like, you guys hear
I hear
me?
you.
I can
All right,
hear you.
perfect. So, he then goes to talk about that, the reason why people are like privileged and stuff like that, because, there are draconian reptilians who runs the world, which is your 12 families and royal families. They're draconian reptilian. And okay, so I don't know how to like break it down, but
we're familiar with Rashad Jamal. So do you have like a question? Because we actually know who Rashad Jamal is. Is there anything that he said that you want us to clear up, or what?
yes. So Rashad Jamal actually talked about how the human beings race came from the Caucasus Mountains, and they arose and they saw the Black and Latino people practicing all these magics and stuff, and how they taught Jesus and they forced that to Black people, and we're still like in a transatlantic slave. So as soon as we have kids, we'll force it onto them and stuff like that. But Loki, I'm kind of confused on like he said something that I forgot that he said. I'm not sure if the government wiped it off my memory, but he said something that it just made me look at people different. I think when I was sleeping, the government may have wiped that off my head. I should have wrote it down. But he said something to me that it just made me like look at people differently.
What does science say? Like, you see what I'm saying? You're telling me what you
from
came
the
in here.
scientific
Hold on for a second.
standpoint, we're only talking about spiritually and vibration. That's what we're only talking about.
You were requested up on a panel that's talking about evolution
in science.
And then you came up and requested to talk to me about another man's words on how he viewed reality, but he was a Freemason and he was eating tuna fish and Cheetos while he's telling you about your genetics.
No, he was not. He's not a Freemason.
Would you like for me to pull up the hot Cheeto bags in the fruit cut up by Walmart?
Okay, I got something to say. I have something to say. We are characters. We are living in a game simulation. We're characters in a game simulation, disguised CGI. The fact that you yourself doesn't believe that you guys are stronger than what they talk about in the Bible, it's really crazy. You guys are brainwashed.
How do you feel about evolution?
Yeah, how do you feel about evolution?
How do you feel
evolution from the white people's standards? Evolution
from
for
your
them,
standards, your brain, your neurons, your synaptic junctures. Yes.
Us Black people and Latino people, we didn't evolve. We did not evolve. We decreased in frequency. That's not called evolution. That's called depopulating. When we increased in frequency, we did not need evolution to survive. The white people needed evolution to survive.
Oh, wait, hold on. Watch this.
Hello?
Okay, Latinos came as a byproduct of mixing with the Asian man, the white man, and the Arab man. They don't stem from the same totypical.
That was Zeus.
Let her finish. Hey, let her finish.
All right, so the question that I have to you is, do you understand biochemical composition, prokaryotes and eukaryotes, and how life came about in the cellular form types? Because that's what this live is about. This is how we can explain through science that these people are not us.
And what people are you talking about exactly?
Everybody outside of Black people.
White
No, I wouldn't say everybody outside of Black people. I would say Latino people, and Black people. Latino people. So you're basically saying that albino people is not us. That's what you're basically saying.
I feel like I know you. I feel like you're on another page, and every time I come in your live, you cut me off and you keep ducking. I feel like I've heard your voice before.
Who are you?
I feel like because I've heard your live, and I know you keep trying to add Latinos into the mix. So I'm gonna just ask you straight up. Explain to me using genetics, DNA, biology, anatomy, and embryology how the Latinos are us, please.
Okay, so there is a different type of form of DNA. You're not supposed to put DNA because Latino people, the Latino people that you're looking at, they're not Latino people. They are human beings. The ones that have afro, the ones that have braided hair, natted hair like us Black people, they are us. They are the same replica of us because they share the same DEA, not DNA, because human races like Hispanics, all that have DNA. DEA, which is the form of, I forgot what Jamal said, the romic acid. Yes, it's acid. It is, okay. I don't know how to
I
explain it
know
that
you're
much.
talking about DEA, which is deoxyetheric acid. The etheric acid
Yes.
is the neuromelanin, which Latino people don't
Latino
create.
people
They
do
don't.
have it.
Okay,
All right.
Can I ask
Well,
you a question about evolution?
one
hold on
second.
for
We'll
a
get to
second.
everybody in just a second. I'm actually going to say this and then we'll get to Milo because Milo's been up here for a second and then we'll keep it moving. The thing about when it comes to Latino and okay, biochemical composition, embryology, genetics, biology, and anatomy. And I say that with respect. I'm not asking you to tell me about their genetics through the title. I want you to use genetics explanation, scientific explanation to explain how these people stem from the same embryological origin as us, considering that there are 8 different types of melanin. The melanin explains the type of DNA you have, 5 that are basic and 3 that are synthetic. These people are a byproduct of hybridization. When we mix with these other people, this is what brought about the Cubanos, the Latinos, the tanned Italians. A lot of these people that have tan, that have our melanin from mixing, is one thing. They don't have our melanin stemming from the same embryological origin or the same unicellular functioning genetics, unicellular functioning cells and as an organism. So I'm asking for that. I'm not asking for like titles and shit. Does that make sense?
He left because again, I don't know who that is. That was a male organ. I wanted to say this to you. You're a male organism cosplaying my mother and my woman. You see what I'm saying? And you just came up here to recite what another man said. What did he say? Or what did he say? Wait, that one video, what did he say at 49 seconds? Like, I'm not worried about that. We worried about how did the multicellular life come about? That's what I'm worried about. That's what scientists is worried about. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about none of that. So go ahead, Milo. Sorry for the you know what I'm saying, inconvenience, but thank you for being patient. Go ahead and share your thoughts and visions on the topic.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for bringing me up. I appreciate it. You guys hear me properly?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I want to ask you to elaborate on what you believe. Like when you say evolution is the biggest lie ever told, what do you mean by that?
What do you think when you requested up? What were your thoughts that made you request up to the live? Because we've already expressed and you've already heard what we had to say.
Yeah, because I believe to a degree in evolution. Like I believe we have ancestors. Like we started from one point and we got here through evolution. So I want to know what you guys think. That's
Okay.
why.
So you're saying that you saying all humans came about through the process of evolution?
Yes, we all have the same ancestor.
Okay, so what is the name of that ancestor, and how did that ancestor go from a haploid to a diploid, from an autotroph to a heterotroph? How did that happen?
That's why I'm asking you. I want you to
No, no, no,
elaborate.
no, no. That's not what you're asking me. You came up here and said you believe in the evolution theory. I just asked you, do you believe in the evolution theory? Do you believe that all humans came from Africa, and that the fact that all humans have the same genetics? You said yes. So if that's true, how do we go from haploids to diploids? And two, how did the autotroph change it to a heterotroph?
I don't know.
You don't know.
You're off the app, so we can't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I said I don't know what you just said, so that's why I'm asking you to elaborate so I understand.
So you remember how you just said that we all have the same ancestor?
Yeah, like the primate, yes.
Okay. So he's asking you what you're saying that ancestor is the primate. So in response to understanding evolution, he's saying, how did we go from haploid to diploid? That's the base premise of evolution. How did we change from that primate into man? How do we go from having from being unicellular to being Multicellular, my bad.
Oh, so you're talking about like straight from the beginning, not before
Yes,
the
starting with the cells before we even get to the so-called primate.
Yeah, before we even have the organism, the cells and the atoms.
Oh, I have no idea about that, bro. You have to educate me on that.
Yeah,
I have to educate your brain about this.
that's
Yeah,
the base premise of evolution, is trying to suggest that we went from being prokaryotes or autotroph to heterotroph organisms.
yeah. I guess that happened, but I wouldn't be able to verbalize it for you.
It
Then I wouldn't be saying that that's true. Then I wouldn't be saying that all humans come from the same common ancestor if you don't have a scientific, biological, or genetic explanation. You feel what I'm saying? That's false. So you can't spread lies like that. Our children's brains matter and they need truth. So if you're not working hard, within yourself to teach and guide and protect your own children and all the so-called black children around the planet, if you're not, then what are you trying to do? That means you're going against your purpose. That's just as simple as that. And FBA Mike, you can come up here too, because you talking about he African, speaking Chinese. I don't know what African and Chinese are. I know that my brothers and sisters that are neuromelanated exist throughout the entire planet, and we're being poisoned and we're being subjugated to antigens for over 4,000 years. That's what I know. And that's going to have residual effects.
You listening to us explain how we all share the same embryology, but your name is FBA Mike and you're saying African and Chinese. You may be the most confused person in here, and I keep seeing that you laughing at our other brothers or sisters that are having the courage to come up and to actually understand. Because the thing about this is that our first guest in here literally admitted that this is 7th grade science. So I don't understand the laughing and all of that. You feel me? This is not, we talking about our children. I don't really know why what's funny if I'm gonna come clean. You know what I'm saying?
How are you foundationally black when our genetics is foundationally the sun?
Exactly.
We're foundationally the sun. We're not foundationally black. Black means no void, without color. But we emit the whole spectrum of colors through a color force. You can look that up. And we absorb all colors through black body radiation. You see what I'm saying? They call it black body radiation. But what is it really? Star body radiation.
Exactly. You're saying that your identity only goes back as far as our people coming over here as slaves. You're telling me that your identity is being a descendant of chattel slavery, but our DNA goes back 13.6 billion years. It's older than the planet itself. Every time I see that FBA shit, the Africans, I'm on that shit, man. I'm on that shit. Explain to me how any of our people are not us using embryology. And starting with that, because y'all want to talk about the big grown organism. The big grown organism is composed of organs, cells, tissues,
atoms,
molecules. So how did we get to that point? Biochemical substances, different types of melanin.
Chemistry.
This is that type of conversation. This is not about laughing and niceties and joking. None of this shit is funny. It's sad as fuck that we don't know who we are. It's sad that we're clinging to titles thinking that is synonymous with our biology.
Imagine a bunch of lions in nature holding TikTok lives to find out who they are. So it's the same shit we're doing.
My bad.
Hold on for a second.
1 second. You've been in here long enough to know we do one at a time. 1 second, because then we got to get to title, what's the name, and then you. And if you don't have the patience, then okay. But we're addressing that shit. Stop spreading division. All right? Milo, the only explanation for how all the genetic material got into the eukaryotic cell is introgression.
Gene splicing.
That's where you take genetic material from multiple origins and you introgress or fuse using a form of hybridization, right? Broccoli, kale, corn, cruciferous vegetables, everything, microorganisms that are unnatural, insects, animals, all come from an introgress origin, all right? I just want to put a cork in it, Milo. You can stay up here, digest what I said for a second, and then I'm going to get to title. Go ahead, title. You said you had a question. We'll get to Ghost and then FBA. Thank y'all for your patience.
Gratitude.
Can I ask a question before you move the title?
Well, we can't do that because we have multiple guests. We're going to get back to you. Just hold on to that question. Sit down with what she just told you and sit with that question, please, my brother, please.
Go ahead, title.
Please. Go ahead, title.
Okay, so my question was, as far as melanated beings go, is it safe to say that because you guys are talking from very educated like science terminologies, and it sounds like you do your research about like the scientific breakdown of everything. So is it safe to say we have carbon in our bodies, and like what are we made up of as melanated beings? That's what I'm curious about. And then lastly, as far as evolution being the biggest lie ever told, to kind of stick a fork in that. I honestly believe like if evolution was a real thing, then where's the evolution coming to play? Like only thing I've seen evolve, if you will, is the technology aspect of what they've been releasing out to us. But as far as evolution, it's more like people have been decaying and getting worse over time. So I'm curious to know what you guys think about that.
Exactly. How can a species that is evolving attract parasites and diseases but be a repellent of the sun, which is
All
the natural source of life on this planet? So
Mm.
yeah, she wanted to say something. Go ahead,
I just
baby.
wanted to say that all living things have carbon and
Mm-hmm.
all living things have melanin.
Mm-hmm.
The
Go ahead,
thing
baby.
is that there are 8 different types of melanin, 5 that are basic or natural to this planet, and 3 that are synthetic. So when it comes to these people, they have bitra or the synthetic forms of pheomelanin and eumelanin. They don't have neuromelanin, which is what constructs our suit, which is what's coated around our cells, which is the difference between why we can biosynthesize the sun and biosynthesize radiation and why they undergo acute body radiation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have. I was just gonna add to my brother. They have heavily synthesized carbon. You see what I'm saying? They don't have hydrocarbon or amorphous carbon that is formed in gases from stars. You see what I'm saying? So when you were asking, oh, do we have just carbon? Like, what are we? We have hydrogen, carbon, helium, oxygen, and nitrogen. This is what makes up neuromelanin, and this is the same composition that makes up cosmic melanin, which is stardust. So it's all one and the same. And uh, stardust, the first cell that stardust creates is a prokaryotic cell. And that prokaryotic cell, when it's going through levels of organization from a molecule to tissue, like cell tissue, organ system to the organism, the first organism to ever exist throughout the entire universe is the so-called black woman. She is ubiquitous to the entire universe, and she's the divine creator of life. So this is why this system is in place to traffic her children and extract her energy and her immortality, which lies in her blood,
Facts.
where neuromelanin is transformed.
Does that answer your question, Title?
That does. Yeah, I don't know how much time I got, but I was just curious because I heard that they were like harboring her cells and using it for research and like even like the science we see today or the studies we see based on our genetic build. Like they've been suppressing so much information from us is what I'm trying to get at. And then even if you go to the hospital today, they're basing our medical records on a 42-year-old white man, and it's hard to get actual good healing from hospitals. Like they put band-aids on things, if you will. So I'm just curious to know what source comes from because I've been grounding more. I've been learning that the sun is source in the aspect of it may not be the only creator, but it's part of creation, and it's what gives us that energy to us. So even when we get food or we eat food, we get what energy from the food. Just like we get our skin eats the sun and things of that nature. So I'm just trying to get a grasp on that because it seems like y'all are really on point about that. So yeah, I appreciate y'all answering my questions, but I don't really have a whole lot going on other than that.
Yeah, abundance for gratitude for sharing your thoughts and visions. I just want to leave you with this before we move on to the next guest, and we are gonna recircle around with everybody. So, Earth is your school. You see what I'm saying? Earth is the grocery store. Earth is your hospital. She's everything that you already. All these buildings are useless. The Earth already does that for you. People are walking by lavender, dandelion, different sorts of mints, catnip. They're walking right past that to go get injected by animal proteins with animal proteins. You see what I'm saying? Those things that clean up the liver, clean up the blood, detoxifies the brain from inflammation, detoxifies inflammation in your gonads. You see what I'm saying? So we should be learning about earth science and our self science, science of the star, the life of a star. So abundance for that, gratitude for that. We're going to move to who's next? Ghost. Go ahead, Ghost.
Appreciate y'all.
Abundance.
I really enjoyed the conversation that you guys were having. I was doing some research of my own, and it was
My
about.
apologies, Ghost. We can't hear you. You sound far away. FBA, you was literally next and you left.
I knew that time was coming.
Go ahead, Ghost. We can't really hear you.
Sorry, sister. Go ahead.
My bad. I was doing research, and the one part that I came up to was that it was just one group that left out of Africa. So I completely agree with you guys when you guys said that evolution doesn't it's not as what they just it's whoever survived it, because what I've discovered is like with haplogroups is every time a group left Africa, it's whatever group that was outside of Africa pretty much killed them off, and then the men were sent back. So that was the part that I'm kind of iffy on. And then also it's the different types of ancient DNA that was found in different parts of outside of Africa.
Sorry about that.
It was one. You said she said it was one group that left out of Africa.
L3 and it's one group. It's L3 and CT. That's the men group, and the every other. If you're not African, if you don't have an African haplogroup, that's who you just derive from. Those two groups.
Can you explain to us how do the titles actually correlate to your biology and the haplogroups that you're talking about? And when it comes to out of Africa, one second. When it comes to out of Africa is still a theory that falls under evolution. What we're asking is, how did the eukaryotic cell come about? It's like everyone keeps coming up here talking about the grown organism. We're talking about the origin of the cell. So when it comes to African people, okay, like for instance, FBA Mike, our people don't, the titles do not.
Hold on for a second.
The titles are not synonymous to our biology. So what is Africa? You see what I'm saying? This is all one landmass. America is connected to Canada, which is connected to South America. The tippy most part of South America is connected to Antarctica. If we go back up to the top, North America is connected to Russia. It's only 2.5 miles apart. Russia is connected to Europe. Europe is connected to Africa. This is all one landmass. So there's no such thing as African, Australian. The earth don't know that y'all are calling it that. She creates the same land every single day through the same tectonic processes, the same magnetic and geological forces we've been seeing for millions and billions of years. So how did the cell come about?
That's what we want to know.
Oh, I didn't get, that wasn't my that wasn't my question. Like
Did you hear what she said?
I heard what she said. Like for me.
Okay, so you're talking about the grown organism. That grown organism that you're talking about holds 25,000 genes from animals, plants, insects, and microorganisms that cannot naturally reproduce with each other in nature. So instead of how these people were moving around based off their creators, I'm worried about the cell. The cell. How did the cell get here?
Wasn't it already here? The Big Bang Theory?
No. The eukaryotic cell came after millions and millions and billions of years after the prokaryotic cell. But it came here through an unnatural process that they want to use under evolution. So you came up here explaining that. So we want to know, how did this cell come about?
I'm confused.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts and visions. Go ahead, FBA Mike. Go ahead and tell us why the title matters more than your genetics for your identity.
Did I say a title matter? I didn't. Y'all made that assumption.
Oh, okay.
All right. So do you think that all of our people are the same?
No.
And what's your explanation for that?
It's from where I see, I'm not looking at it as through a scientific lens like y'all with y'all pseudo scientist stuff. Like y'all can explain all y'all want, but basically you trying to act like nobody know your little $5 words, and y'all can just say a bunch of words and nobody know really what you're talking about. So you can win that argument all day. But with my own two eyes, I can see everyone's not the same.
You're using your own two eyes, and you can tell that these
Yes.
people that are outside of us, YT people, Asians, and Dravidians, are clearly not it.
Asians
Not. Hold on, I'm
even
asking you a
people
question.
and
Hold
even
on.
people with melanin is different.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question, so you don't know what I'm gonna say yet, right? So when it comes to Asians, Dravidians, Arabs, everybody that's truly outside of us, you say you can look and tell, right? We can look and tell based off of their phenotype, which is a direct expression of their genetics, that those people are not us. So what is the deal breaker for looking at another neuromelanated being and saying that they're not you? That's what I'm trying to get you to explain. And you're saying we're using $5 science words. This is an explanation to explain the natural world that you're breathing in air because of, that you are living on the phone, talking, breathing. Everything that you're doing, the words that we're talking about are used to explain life.
It's a word salad in your head because you don't comprehend none of these words that we're saying because you don't study the natural world. You don't study science. You don't care about the words. We care about the functionality that comes with these words. Okay, if it's explaining
But
that, if this word is saying,
when
okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
but when
Prime.
people do stuff like this, it's a such thing called peer review. Like you talk to people on the same level and know the same words, and then they review it, and then they correct or send you their disagreements. So you guys' stuff is not peer reviewed. Like you just spitting shit out your ass, and you don't know what you're talking about.
So Hutton theory isn't peer reviewed, considering that it came out in 1785 and published in 1788.
So everything y'all saying is peer reviewed.
Every single thing, yes, absolutely. We're only talking about science.
We're talking about the
you
natural
mean?
world. We're talking about cells. We're talking
Like,
about
what do you
organs.
mean?
You're talking about I need a peer review for my skin, an organ. I need a peer
I
review
didn't
for
say
my
you need a
hair.
peer
Hold on
review.
for a
I said
second.
for your
Hold on for a
theories.
second.
I said for your theories.
We don't have
We're
theories.
debunking their theories using natural science. So this isn't white science. We're not claiming the
But who are
same
you
thing.
debunking them to? Who is proving your debunking?
Okay, hold on for a
We're
second.
asking you a question. Why do you think that all of our people are not the same? Let's not get off track.
Genetic and
Like
biologically,
you
there
said,
has to be an explanation. I don't want to hear how
okay,
you
like you
just
said,
cultivate.
phenotypically, you can see that people is not the same. Like you said with the Asians and the Chinese, you can look at a black person in America and a black person in sub-Saharan Africa, and phenotypically, you can tell they're not the same.
As far as what? Do
As
you
far as
understand
phenotypically, like
phenotype?
you said,
What makes up your phenotype?
what you mean? What makes up your phenotype?
What makes up your
Y'all know y'all got
phenotype?
all the y'all got all the definitions.
No, they're $5.
No.
They're just $5.
That's just
Exactly.
$5, my brother.
So go
Exactly. I only
ahead and
got
tell
four.
us what makes
I
up your
only got
phenotype,
$4.
please.
It's just 5 neurons,
You've been
my
in
brother.
here for however long.
I only
How
got
long you
4
been live?
neurons.
Let's see. It's not saying he been live for like 2 hours, and you've been in here since you was in here like the first 3 to 5. So
First of all, I
why would
set my
you?
phone down and I was
BA, we
doing
trying to have a conversation with you. Wait for a second, all right? You've been in here for a grip. Why would you listen to something you didn't agree with for 2.5, 3 hours?
Because your soul feel it.
And then you're saying it's
disagree.
$5.
I didn't say I disagree with all the basic worldly science. I was saying like
Yes, you did.
naturally sticking to the land, but you guys basically mentioned my name, so I just had to come up and say something.
You mentioned
Okay.
my other
I'm
half
not
sister.
dis
You said
I'm not
African,
dis
and you called him
I'm not
out, and you've been in his live. So I'm just addressing you. So the thing is like you've been laughing, and I've been watching you this whole time. You haven't just been
so
laughing.
I can't laugh. I can't
SBA, them
comment.
parasites, man, them toxoplasmids. God damn, my brother. You feel me? Let's talk for a second, okay?
I got something for you at the end of the live.
The thing is we just wanna know. You're saying phenotype that you can tell the difference between an African and an African American. I'm asking you to explain what about the phenotype is different.
Yep. And what makes up the
All
phenotype?
right, the phenotype, the blood type is different, the behavioral traits, all that stuff is different.
Okay, so you said the blood type and the behavioral traits, which are both been infected within us for over 4,000 years on both continents
Okay, so we different now.
by being graped, by being vaccinated, and by being fed animals. So hold on for a second. So you said the blood type is different. All blood types are connected to animals, all of them. And they're all for mixing and breeding purposes so we can merge our DNA with unnatural species like everybody outside of black people. So when you look up A, B, and O blood types, where do they come from? They come from pigs, chimps, rhesus monkey. They come from dogs, cats. All of these different blood types come from them. So when,
So you said the old
hold
blood
on for a
type comes
second.
from animals?
Huh?
The
All
old blood
blood
types come
types
from.
are determined by antigens. Antigens are foreign substances. These substances come from animals. So
Yep.
when you're saying the blood type, first of all, brother, I'm not trying to pick at you. I asked you a question and you didn't. Blood types is genetics. That's genotype. All right. Phenotype is everything that you can see, what is showing. Pheno means to show. I'm
Mhm.
surprised you didn't say behavior because behavior is a part of phenotype.
I did say behavior.
Well, okay, but the thing
You
is
must
that
have missed that.
cool. But the thing is, when it comes to the blood types, though, those are connected to foreign substances that, and we don't naturally produce those antigens. They're attached to the red blood cell, but our genomics don't naturally produce animal proteins. So we're all the same people due to our embryology.
Yeah, we're all the same people, like she said, we're all born and have the same embryology and all come out of the totipotent stem cell. All black people, no matter where you are on the planet, come from the same exact same stem cell, which holds neuromelanin. So when you were saying blood types, antigens is what makes up blood types. Antigens is what determines blood types. So if you have A B antigen, you probably have rhesus or chimpanzee antigens. If you have O blood type, you have zooborn chimps antigens. You have pig antigens, and these are proteins that
But
their DNA. Hold on, these are proteins that all of these animals with their DNA produce and encode to become a cell. So these different proteins, when we ingest the food, when we vaccinate ourselves with animal proteins, when we sleeping with these people, and when these people are graping us and have been graping us like they have, all of those antigens um um attach themselves to the red blood cell and cause red blood cell hemolysis. And they actually transfer zoonotic diseases to us that affect our brain and how we think and our behavior and affect how much red blood cells is produced. And this is how all of your nutrients travel to every organ. So we have antigens that what differentiates so-called black people around the planet is the type of poisonous protein, antigens, foreign protein from animals, how it's affecting us on the cellular level. So if I'm in Africa and my ancestors getting raped by somebody with chimpanzee and pig DNA, and you're in America and you're getting raped by somebody with cow and chicken DNA, your body is going to behave differently than mine now because you have different proteins on those red blood cells that is influencing your behavior and how your biology expresses information.
When the red
okay,
blood cell
but
becomes affected, it shows in the phenotype. So it doesn't mean that we're different. It just means we have a different antigen. Go ahead.
Yeah.
and the behavior is way different. And the O blood type is very prevalent in Africa. Like they wasn't getting grape that much. Like that's
What?
breeding together.
Okay.
The O blood
I
type is prevalent in Africa. O
Hold on
positive.
before you take them off though. Guess how many of
O
our people?
positive.
Hold on. Guess how many of our people in so-called America are saying that they have O positive blood and it's the oldest blood type. So that's not just synonymous to Africa, my brother.
I didn't say it's
All of us,
synonymous. I said it's more
all of
prevalent than
what I'm
anywhere on
saying
the
is
earth.
that it doesn't just occur in Africa. That all of our
But it's the
people
most
have
prevalent
antigens.
place where it's at.
That's actually false. That's not true.
So you saying it's not O positive? It's not the most prevalent blood type in Africa.
No,
No,
it's
it's not.
not. The O blood type is not the most prevalent blood type in Africa. We have been
And
great
where?
all over the planet. Brazil, Australia, uh, uh, what's it called? Europe. These people wiped out 4 different continents of black people, with 509 million women were falling
How?
unalive because of
How?
venereal diseases, because of seminal fluids, because of viruses and diseases. We over here thinking it's because of GUNs and BOMBSs. No,
This
it's not because of that. It's because of their parasites. That's why we're unaliving today. That's why no matter where you are on the planet, all black people have problems with the blood. Black people in Africa have sickle cell. Black people in America have sickle cell. Black people in the UK have sickle cell. We all have neurological, cardiovascular, and reproductive issues right now because we're involving ourselves with parasites. That is what differentiates us. It's not actually us, because the nature of us, our culture is electromagnetism. You see what I'm saying? Now our culture is poisonous foods and dances to music with languages that doesn't allow the brain to grow and develop correctly. That disrupts the auditory cortex. So yes,
so you, but y'all know everything that's working against and causing this, but y'all got no remedies. Like, what are we talking about?
we
Like
got
Okay,
no
the
remedies.
language,
the
the
herb.
this, the that, the sexual
Man, these
venereal
people, man,
disease, all these parasites.
these are
But
grown people, y'all.
what are you talking about? Like, what's the remedy? Like,
Okay, you're saying what's the remedy? Your body sends
you
out
giving me
distress.
all these
Hold on for
excuses.
damn.
Okay, first of all, the sun right now is emitting a gene mutating, detoxifying, germ unaliving wavelength. The sun is the greatest detoxifier known to man. And it's
And
actually
how did you
FBA. I'm
prove
gonna give
that?
you one last time because you're starting to piss me off with that over
Wait,
talking and shit.
can
It's
I
a
can I
crash
say
out.
some?
Okay, wait. If you see I'm talking to somebody, why would you speak when I'm telling him not to? 1 second, okay? 1 second. All right. The herbs are fruits and vegetables, and having an alkaline body, an alkaline environment does not allow for mucus, parasites, and antigens to coexist. This is why it's important to understand this $5 science that you're talking about, because you can actually cleanse your body of the antigens right now. You're feeding them though, and that's what blocks you from seeing the truth, having clogged arteries, brain fog,
Brain inflammation,
all of that
autopsis.
clogs the
I don't have
the
none
the
of that
flow
though.
of neuromelanin or the flow of light throughout the body. So herbs, oregano, thyme, peppermint, lavender, all of your antifungal, antibacterial, antimicrobial, even getting bit by an ant with formic acid. Like, what do you mean? There's nothing is above the antigens, like when it comes to our planet. We're just sleep and don't understand that the remedy is right outside. I was outside the other day, just in my backyard. I have saffron, honeysuckle. I have different flowers, dandelion, and
Pennies.
pennies. The fuck, and this is stuff dandelion. Then you have false dandelion, which is actually very natural to the planet. They just couldn't come up with a better name. It's still prokaryotic. So it's different types of grass. You think it's grass, but it's actually medicinal. You're just not in nature, and you're just not outside.
Exactly. So you're walking past all of these natural medicinal things to get injected with a vaccine with monkey kidney cells, with snake venom in it. You see what I'm saying? With mouse L-dopa polymers. You're getting injected with animal DNA. And then you're walking past all that that's supposed to be detoxifying you from the animal DNA to go inside of a climated environment to get that. So that's your choice. You're choosing to not see that the earth is trying to heal you. You know what I'm saying? You send out distress signals every night. You don't even know how your body works. You send out distress signals every night, and the earth responds to that by growing these things. And she grows specific things for what your body needs. Simple as that. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why you see a lot of dandelion growing right now is because our people have a lot of issue with the blood, liver, and pancreas. That's why it's a lot growing right now. So there's no excuse. You see what I'm saying? Seeds are like $2 at the store, but you're going there and buying steak You're going there and buying hamburgers. You're going there and buying juice. You're going there and buying zebra cakes. You see what I'm saying? This is what you're buying, and that's clogging your arteries. That's clogging your circle of Willis. That's clogging your brain. That's not allowing you to plan and make calculus decisions. So your prefrontal is done. You're stuck in the amygdala. You're only creating fear and anger realities. That's what you're doing. Emotions and memories. That's all you're creating.
Sound good.
Oh,
I don't eat zebra
Sound
cakes.
good.
I don't eat none of that other crap y'all talking about. I eat natural stuff. And I ain't seen a sun god. I ain't seen a whatever the hell y'all talking about. A proclitic,
But
pyrotechnic,
but
whatever the heck y'all
FBA
talking about. Like,
FBA Mike.
hold on for a second. Go ahead, FBA.
and so I don't know. I ain't even really got nothing to say. Y'all said a whole bunch of shit that just. You
That
know
you
what I'm
couldn't
saying? I believe
comprehend.
in
Couldn't
the I
You
believe
couldn't
in the
comprehend.
healthy
Let me.
part and
hold
the
Hey,
on.
I
natural
just.
part. I can
Hold on, hold on.
comprehend, but it's a bunch of shit you don't have to comprehend. I
No,
don't
you.
need to know all
But
these
you're
words to
wrong
comprehend.
though. You're wrong. That's why you don't
What
see
am I
the
wrong
truth.
about?
Because I asked you several times to explain and you couldn't. So you don't
When
even
you told me
know.
to explain
I
phenotype, and I just told it to you. I said we
look,
don't look the same, we don't behave the same,
I
and we're
asked
not
you
even from the same
FBA,
area.
FBA. I asked you starting with embryology. You went to anatomy. Do you understand that? I asked you for genetics and you went to blood. You didn't start with biochemical composition. You didn't start with the cell. You didn't start with the
The
function of the
molecules,
cell,
nothing.
nothing. So that's what I mean. Your perception of how you're viewing your own people is skewed because you don't even know what you're seeing. Science is the
But you know what
explanation
I'm
of it.
seeing.
I'm good. I'm done. I'm done talking to bro. He don't want to be talked to. And go to the next guest. Like,
Exactly.
I'm not finna
And
keep dealing with that shit, bro. You said you don't get it or you don't see the truth. Cool. We've explained it. We were pretty clear. Next guest.
And I just wanted to say this last thing before we move on to the next guest. I want you to know that so-called black people already, because you're wanting to be foundationally black Americans, so these white people in their governments, in the animal courts, can change the name, so you can have different type of benefits, so you can have reparations. So-called black people tried that already. It's called the Republican Party. I just want you to know how the Republican Party ended and how
Exactly.
and who is in control of it right now. So we shouldn't be trying to find a way to fight for our freedom in this system when that's all we've been doing. We should just stop using the system. Stop participating. The only reason why you don't want to start participating is because you're not unified within yourself. You have internal conflict, and you being you're not unified within yourself, you're gonna look at another brother and sister and start a conflict. This is why you want to be a part of the FBA versus African. You want to be a part of that. That fuels your life, not the fact that our children are being born. You see what I'm saying? Not the fact that our children every day are undergoing biology, chemistry, anatomy. You see what I'm saying? Not that fact. The fact that I want a name. You see what I'm saying? Call me this. Give me some acres and then give me an unnatural animal and then cool, I'm cool. All the children going missing, cool. That's not me. I don't want that. I'm still gonna rock my chains. I'm still gonna rock my Jordans. But all children around the globe that's looking like you is suffering because you can have that fake luxury. So you can have that car, that house.
You saying the Africans ain't us, but you sure is on this motherfucking phone though. You saying the Africans not us, but we're all going missing for the same people. You saying that we changed the name and whose system? Do you own it? Is there a neuromelanated man or woman that's running the system? When y'all are asking for reparations, monkey money, $20 bill has our women strange fruited in the background. You ever peep that?
On the $20
On the
bill.
$20 bill.
You got a whole row of neuromelanated women with
Strange fruited.
their head. Yeah.
Do you think that they was, Haitian American, Black American? You think in the Epstein files when they was talking about the shit that they was doing to us, you think they were saying got a Haitian American on 12th Street? No, they said we hunt them niggas at Don Hard R. They don't give a fuck because they know that we're all the same people. This is a global system that was used to pimp each other, all of our people, and our planet for its natural resources. Hello? So if you're fueling a system that's doing that, what is that saying about you?
Yeah, that's just showing us your character and how weak-minded you are.
Like, come on, y'all.
Like, it's just that simple. Like, y'all think y'all gonna come up here and try to fool us and shit. No, we see it.
We're not foundationally black.
We're not foundationally black. We're not African. We're not African American. We're not none of these titles. We're not Zulu, Solani. We're not none of this. That's nothing. But our children are that's a star. Like, you feel me?
All of us are fueling this system because we're giving energy to it, FBA. Do you understand how we're giving energy to this system? We're subscribing to titles. We're subscribing to doctors. We're subscribing to grocery stores. We're subscribing to the system. It's not just you. It's a collective consciousness quantum entanglement. If you don't shed this system, none of us are free. If one of our child goes missing, all of us is in chains. Facts. So you got to understand, whether you want to believe it or not, you are connected to every single little neuromelanated boy, girl, man across the globe, across the cosmos. You might need to learn about it instead of just thinking that you have everything figured out. When you're in a state, in this copper colored rusted state, distorted reality. They gave you 32 shots at birth, and I'm pretty sure you got boosters. I'm pretty sure if you went through high school, if you went through college, anybody that's listening, you added antigens into your bloodstream even as an adult. You added monkey kidney pox, monkey kidney cells, snake venom into your own body because of lack of knowledge of self. So keep thinking that you got it all figured out. If you got it all figured out, save our fucking children. Literally. You think you good? Go save our children. Next time you see some dumb shit happen around you, instead of pulling your phone out, go help another brother or sister. This FBA shit, y'all don't even stand up for the people that's FBA. This just some TikTok shit. Y'all don't even talk to each other or speak to each other or address each other in real life. Y'all only talk on here. I'm so tired of that FBA shit, man. I am. I'm tired of the division, man. Because this system could have been shut down by now, man.
Yep, we can shut down this system by tomorrow by literally not participating in the financial system and all belief systems. Literally.
That shit don't make no sense.
But
user,
go ahead.
Welcome up, sis.
Abundance.
And then we'll get to the next guest and then the other guest that's been up here for a second. Go ahead, user. Welcome up, sis.
Greetings, guys. I just wanted to add, when the FBA guy was saying that we don't phenotypically present the same, as in he could see with his own eyes that we don't present the same, like that literally doesn't make sense, because it's like, even when you look up images of Black people as a collective from different parts of the world, whether it's in South America, in like Argentina, America, Africa, wherever, our image is always the same. Like, you can't walk around and you see a Black person, you know they're Black. You can tell by their features, like our hair, which is a distinct feature, or our complexion, I guess, and other things. But what I wanted to mention was like was to talk about epigenetics, and it's like how your genes can choose which parts to, like, I know that they switch off and on certain traits, which is why we do phenotypically present the same, but certain characteristics aren't being expressed, which is why there's just different things that are slightly different. Like, not every Black person's nose shape's the same or lip shape's the same and blah, 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 because we have different features amongst each other. But overall, we still phenotypically present the same, and we all have neuromelanin. And the only things that are affecting this expression is our environment, like our diet, our stress levels, the pathogens that are attached to us due to, again, the environment or our diet and stuff like that. That's the only reason why we're presenting in different ways. But overall, when you look at past pictures of us as a collective, we had a similar look. We literally looked the same. There was literally somebody that posted this like old picture, and they were talking about, oh, this woman was in South Africa. Then somebody in the comments was like, no, that's a Black American. And then somebody was like, no, that's a Brazilian, blah, blah, blah. But again, you're like arguing over these titles. It's like the biggest mental enslavement, because you're seeing yourself as completely different. You're fighting over the same image when the image is the same. Like, we're all literally the same, because we're literally expressing the same. which is why it's hard to tell who's who because we're the same anyway. But all these fake titles and all these stories and all the division that was created by design is what has thrown us off and why we just don't see ourselves as the same anymore. But I feel like once again, like you guys have already mentioned, we continue eating alkaline food, we stop with the division, we get back in tune with nature. Nature's constantly providing things for our anatomy for us to better ourselves, mentally better ourselves, and pass on the correct information to our children. Because the DNA, the information we store within ourselves, we pass that on to the next gen. Like I think Zell has already said, the thing's finished. Like the kids will be locked in from day one. Like they'll already know what to do instead of entertaining the same bullshit. Like people are worried about shit that doesn't matter. Like everything in this system was artificially created to suppress us. Like we don't, how are we knowing that we're the original people, the original blueprint? Our genes are the original code. We have neuromelanin. We biosynthesize the sun, but we're allowing other people to control us and tell us what to do. Like you're still fighting for reparations. You're still fighting to have access to certain grocery stores and use their airplanes to get around all these places. But that's why right now everything is shutting down because this unorganic shit is done. Like time's up. The sun will continually heat up and over time things will restore back to how they should be. And once things start to restore back to how they are, our image will completely change. We'll go back to how we was. So yeah.
Facts.
Abundance, sister. Abundance for that. That was beautifully said.
Go ahead, Fee Smooth.
Hello,
Gratitude, my
guys.
sister.
How y'all doing, man? I just wanted to come up here and say that y'all killing it and keep spreading the
Oh,
positivity.
you gotta say, you gotta use TikTok friendly words, my brother. My account, you know what I'm saying, is a little iffy right now with violations. So
I was even saying that I'm gonna put it in a different way. I appreciate y'all
yeah,
for spreading the peace and positivity. And I just wanted
abundance.
to get up here and speak on Brody, FBA Mike. I know he already gone and stuff like that, but it's like it's crazy to me how our people still are indoctrinated mentally. They're always running to cling on to something that's improper every time. And the truth literally is right in front of your face. Like everywhere over the world, like y'all saying, you find a black person. And like she said, the sister said, there's going to be a purging that's going to occur soon because if you look at the YT man, it's always something to create something inorganic. If it's genetically modifying food, if it's genetically modifying animals, if it's mixing this with this, and just like y'all said with the vaccines, putting the animal DNA in the vaccines, I'm going to use this snake venom here to make this and make this, everything to biologically and genetically hold you back. And I also wanted to say is like the truth is literally in your face. Black people on this planet is the only people on the planet that has 100% human DNA. You know what I'm saying? We're the only organic beings. If you have 10% Neanderthal, 5% Neanderthal, then you're just not fully human, and that's just that. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to get up here and say much. Oh, actually, I did have a question for y'all. I wanted to see how y'all felt about the O negative blood type. And do y'all believe that was the original blood type?
Okay, so
Uh,
you just said
can I
so-called black
ask the
people.
question, guys?
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. We're gonna get to you. I'm Hotep. We're just gonna talk to this brother real quick. So you said so-called black people are 100% humans. I see where you're coming with that, saying that we are organic organisms. You see what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
probably didn't word
But
that like human, but
but
yeah.
we're so-called black people. We are not humans because we don't have animal DNA. You see what I'm saying? Human is pertaining and is connected and linked to people who have animal DNA, which is everybody outside of us. They share genomics with over 25,000 different unnatural species. So when you
Right.
said yeah, that was just to clear that up.
So
So
what would you use? Because I do watch Doctor. I don't know if you heard of him, but Dr. Delbert Blair, a guy from back in the day. He used to preach the same stuff we talking about now in like the 80s. And he did say the same thing you said. He said human, like HUE man. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a play on a word play, but he did to give us a different description. What was it again? If you don't mind me
The
asking.
thing about Delbert Blair speaks a lot of facts too, but there's a couple of the words that he used during the 70s and 80s that literally do not have the same definition now. Like
Okay.
aboriginal and human and hue and that breakdown does not mean the same thing as it means today. It's literally a different denotation.
Okay.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah,
All right. So
I
when
just
you,
wanted to clear up that Delbert Blair.
Oh, that's
gratitude.
awesome. Yeah. I just
Okay.
honestly, I
Yeah.
just pick and choose from a lot of guys that's in the conscious community. I'm not gonna say I know everything, but I just try to get as closest to the truth as I can because we've truly been lied to in every aspect. So if you hear me say something that's not 100% on point, I apologize, sister. I'm just trying to figure it out at the end of the day because honestly, it's just you could be clueless in a world full of lies. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, you're only clueless because you choose to be. You see what I'm saying? Like you said, I go from different people in the conscious community watching them. But you could be rather spending that time reading and structuring this with science, what you're seeing in reality, which will help you structure the science that you're seeing. So I see what you're saying about that abundance for that. And you was asking about the O blood types. All blood types, no matter if it's O, A, B, and O, A, B. It doesn't matter if it's negative, positive, all of that is connected to animal DNA.
Wait,
Oh,
hold on. Wait, hold on, I got a question now.
go
So
ahead.
how would O negative be linked to animal DNA if it doesn't contain any antigens?
It does contain antigens
No, it
because
doesn't.
okay, hold on for a second.
You watch Young Pharaoh early videos, he even gave a
Brother, let him
breakdown of that.
explain it to you and then you can respond.
Oh, my bad. Look, my bad.
Nah,
So what? Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, and I have watched some of Young Pharaoh's videos as well, and he's on point. But the terminologies that he's using, some of the terminologies, it doesn't make sense. So
Okay.
but when he's talking about blood types, he even said about blood types that all blood types are connected to animals. All
No,
blood type.
he
Hold
did
on for a second.
he
Hold
never
on.
he spoke specific. I think he
Hold on for a second.
look, I'm just trying to correct him, just like how y'all correct me. I could correct you. I
No, it's
watched him.
live though, and he's asking for your respect. Just leave
I'm
it
just
alone, baby, and then he
all
can
right.
come to you.
Go. All right.
Okay.
Like,
So you can look up, you can easily look up which animals have O blood types. Zooborn chimps have blood types, and these are hybridized animals. So how do hybridized animals have the oldest blood types on the planet when these organisms are no older than 200,000 years old? And the planet has been creating creatures and organisms for over billions of years old, like 4.6. She's been creating organisms for that long, and she never created an organism that has unnatural genetics. And all blood types, like I said, is connected to animals and are determined by antigens. So if the O blood type is not an antigen, what is it determined by if all blood types are determined by antigens and zooborn chimps and pigs have those same blood types? Can you answer me that since I asked you a question?
Yeah, so just to hop on that, the same thing you said, I'm just confused. Maybe I don't have the proper understanding, but I thought the positive aspect of the blood type actually made it so that you have the rhesus monkey, like the positive aspect of the DNA that makes people O positive, A positive, etc. That means you have the rhesus monkey DNA. That's why they say they don't understand where the O negative bloodline came from, and it's a mystery to them because it lacks the rhesus monkey antigens.
Right. So when they put positive and negative on all blood types, that's showing you if you have the protein from the RH rhesus monkey.
Rhesus
But
monkey.
that's one monkey. The old blood type though, pigs have it. Chimpanzees have this blood type, and they're unnatural. So how do they have these blood types?
So
You see what I'm saying?
what would you
If they're
say is
if they're
the
natural.
original blood type
No,
then?
no, I'm asking you because you came up here and saying that young Pharaoh said this about O blood types. So I want to know how you feel about O blood types as well.
He said,
If you can defend, no, not what he said. If you can defend what you've been saying, you said
I
something
just I
about.
just said what I said. I thought that the blood type, see all of this pig, you saying that all of these other aspect of animals are pig.
Yeah,
Also, I want to look, I don't like I said, I don't know everything, but I just want to know what would the original blood type be then?
sunblood. The original blood type is sunblood.
neuromelanin.
You see what I'm saying? Neuromelanin
So we
because
never had any nothing on our blood types. It was no like nothing. It was just
We
stun
didn't
blood.
have antigens before we came into contact with the eukaryotic cell and their creators. We never had antigens in our blood.
Can light be affected by disease?
What about gold-plated?
You know what? Look, I
Bro,
ain't gonna lie, man. Do y'all got like books or something on y'all profile? Y'all
Yeah,
send it because I really want to go into depth on what y'all researching and really see what it is. Like I said, I'm just here to be educated, and I'm always looking to be educated. You know what I'm saying? I could go and say, oh, I looked at this book, I looked at that book, but at the end of the day, you might see something different from me, and that's perfectly fine. I just love the message y'all spreading because at the end of the day, you look like me and y'all sound like great people. You know what I'm saying? I have my beliefs over here. No, I don't know if they're 100% true. And y'all have y'all beliefs over there. And that's okay to me. I'm going to believe what I believe, but I think you should go look at the young Pharaoh video. I wonder why he would say that we all were O negative before. That was the original blood type of black people. I just want to know why he spoke on that. You
you
know what I'm
want to know
saying?
why another man spoke on blood types
Yeah, because
when
he's the
all
only one that's
scientists,
prevalent in this lane. He breaks down every. Come on, I'm not even
we
saying
all hold
you.
on.
But
Now,
look, hold on, hold on.
now I'm gonna have to cut you off because you're saying he's the only one prevalent in this. All brothers and sisters, no matter if they're asleep or not, are prevalent in this lane. You see what I'm saying? All of us have this information within us to talk the same way he did or to even exceed what he did. You see what I'm saying? Our children come out
Look,
smarter
I
every
know that, but
generation.
I'm
Oh
saying
my.
early on, he was the one early on speaking on all of this. We're not gonna act like he wasn't this super conscious guy that knew what he was talking about. Just like how y'all saying is scientific, he knew the same scientific breakdowns. And that's why I'm gonna listen to him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You
Whenever
obviously
you
didn't
get
watch the
the answer,
video because
you
you
can
just
come back.
said something different from O negative.
Whenever you get the answer, then when we're live again, you can share that
Nah,
with
y'all
us.
got it. It's too much
Yeah.
egos in the conscious community,
All right.
man.
It's not
Everybody
ego.
want to be right.
We asked you
Everybody
a
want to be
question.
right. And
Can
you
we
got
open
mad
this
at me.
up?
Bro.
We asked you a question and you didn't answer it. You told my other half that he was wrong. No, 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 no. But you're only repeating what someone else said. And then you're saying, oh, I got to go back and look. That's not ego. We're asking you to come back next time with whatever that you're talking about. But you told him that he was wrong. Now, here's the thing when it comes to science and the study of the natural world. When you are observing nature and the same geological magnetic forces that have been happening for billions and millions of years, that's what is true. That's everything that he's telling you in here. Synthetic biology, molecular gastronomy, that's new. That's what you would consider to be YT science, right? So we can use the natural world to debunk anything that they're saying and observe it to either be true or false just by observing the natural world. All right.
And when we're speaking, what are we speaking about? The sun,
Yeah.
our children, and our genetics. That's the only thing we're speaking about. When you see the sun and it's sending out frequencies, it's sending out frequencies for your brain to focus on what? The sun, the children, and genetics. And it does that through neutrino beams. So I'm just doing what the sun is doing, but I'm just using a different language based off the mental state that me and my people are in. So when you said, oh, Young Pharaoh said this, just like the other guy, or the other guy said, oh, Rashad Jamal said this. Y'all telling me what other people said. You see what I'm saying? But you're not coming up to me with your own mind at all. So you didn't challenge what he said. That was one man that was trying to do all the work. You didn't challenge nothing that he said because you felt comfortable. You see what I'm saying? But me, the reason why I'm in this state, I'm in that because I challenged what was presented to me. So if you're gonna tell me that the old blood type is the oldest, and all black people have that, why do chimps and zooborn fucking chimps? Why do zooborn chimps and pigs with the allele O gene? How do they have this? And they're unnatural to the planet. And my red blood cells, they rebuild themselves every 7 years off solar radiation. Just because scientists that are in this society don't use the word sunblood doesn't mean I can't use that, because that is my original blood type. All the information that I'm getting is from the universe and the sun. I'm just interpreting it with this mind in this realm, in this frequency, in this energy right now. It's just that simple. So if you're gonna say that he said this and why did he say that? You should go ask him that shit.
Yeah.
You should go to his live and ask him that shit. But if you're going to ask me and I tell you my answer and you're going to tell me I'm wrong, you're going to have to give me scientific and biological explanation for that.
It.
Simple.
That's it.
That's
like, y'all
all I
say
need.
Ego, when we're like, oh, like you told me I was wrong, but then you're asking me a question now. Now I'm in my ego because I'm saying that's not really fair to the conversation. Like, that's not cool, y'all.
That's not cool at all.
Every time now the past 3 lives, y'all want to say, oh, y'all are egotistical. We asked you a question that y'all couldn't answer.
We've been asking y'all questions this whole life, and more than half of y'all can't answer. You can't.
And it's okay. I'd rather y'all say, I don't know, than to act like you know.
Simple.
That's it. I never claim to know everything, especially me. I never claim to know everything. If I don't know it, I do not talk about it, especially to the public, to my people, at all.
Facts.
So I just want to say that, Imhotep, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello, guys. I'm talking to you from the continent of Africa. I'm Egyptian. I have been hearing this live for quite some time. I'm just intrigued by the picture that you have. My daily job is human biology. I am a surgeon. I don't understand what you mean by the eukaryotic cell, which came from what? The eukaryotic cell is a scientific term describing a point in the development of life that all living organisms share. As for evolution, evolution is like gravity. Gravity is a theory by Newton. It describes a phenomenon. Evolution is a theory by Darwin and Wallace, and it describes a phenomenon, and the phenomenon is speciation. That animals can speciate into different species when they can no longer reproduce with each other. So evolution is not something that was invented. It's a description of reality. If no one had ever described evolution, we would know that by knowing the genome and analyzing DNA. I heard a lot of things that you said. I don't think that any of it is scientific. I don't know if you have any education in biology formally, but as for science, the well-known science, that the one we do in practice, we know certain facts, among which that even in Africa, people are not the same. Not all Africans look at others at being just black. Maybe because you live in North America, you think that way. But if you come to Africa, you will find that a Somali will never be mistaken for a Congolese or a Nigerian. You can immediately know a South Sudani or a Sudani. So people are not the same. People are different, and evolution works on the differences among variables in people. So that's an overall commentary by me through what I see that you are describing. But for what I heard, blood types has nothing to do with whatever original or not. Blood types are determined by antigens that are on the cells that are different from one person to another. And these antigens are hereditary, and we have them in all the great apes, including the rhesus monkey. And when someone is Rh positive or negative, we called it the rhesus antigen because it was discovered in rhesus monkeys, but it is present in all great apes. And humans are a member of the ape family. We are not descendant from apes, we are apes. We are Homo sapiens, a part of the Homo family. Okay? So anyway, I enjoyed talking to you guys.
Okay, hold on for a second. I appreciate what you said. Okay, I have a few things to get on because you said you started talking about the eukaryotic cell and said it was just a point in time and then you went away from it. The question says, where did the eukaryotic cell come from? Where did the multicellular? Hold on for a second. Don't say nothing. These are I'm just getting everything out, just like you got everything out. Where did the eukaryotic cell come from is what it says. And you started to tell me about how so-called black people in Africa look different. You see what I'm saying? I'm from so-called Cameroon. I've been in Africa. I've seen albinos. I've seen all of our people in Africa. So just because I'm in America now doesn't mean shit. This whole planet belongs to me. So when you said, oh, the difference in Somali or in difference in people in Kenya, that's because over there we're getting raped by Arabs, and we're getting raped by Asians. Here we're getting raped by white people, and we're getting raped by Arabs and Mexicans. That's literally what happened, and it's happening right now. Like when we tell you that we've been raped for over 4,000 years, this is continuous. This is why multiple so-called black people are going missing today. So the reason why so-called black people look differently around the planet is because those antigens that you're talking about on that red blood cell is affecting the phenotype, how that red blood cell is expressing itself. You see what I'm saying? So that's why so-called black people are looking different, because we were raped and we're eating meat, and we're eating we're not eating according to our genetics, and we're getting vaccinated with animal antigens. So
Let's take it point
hold
by
on for
point,
a
okay?
second. Hold on for a second.
Let's have a two-way conversation and take it
Oh,
point by
okay.
point. So
Oh, okay. Let's have a two-way conversation. So answer the first question
first,
that I asked you.
yeah,
Where
okay,
did the eukaryotic cell come from when no
okay,
prokaryotes today around the globe is making eukaryotic cells?
okay. Here's how it was described in the history of science. Now, the first human that saw the cell with his own eyes was a Dutch person. And the Dutch discovered microscopy, and then they went on to see what is the shape of the living cells. They discovered some dyes, which is substances that you put on the cells, and according to the chemistry of the internal cell, they color each part differently. So when they saw the monocellular organisms that can swim by in a pond of still water in some forest, they did not see a center of that cell when they used eosine. And eosine is a type of red dye that will take color of the internal organelles of the cell, and hematoxylin. They used these dyes so that they can see inside the cell. They did not find a nucleus in the simple organisms, so they call them prokaryotic, which is protocellular, meaning ancient primitive cells. And when they looked at plants and animals, they saw a clear a nucleus that took up the dye, and they were intrigued by it and what it do, but they did not know what it does. So they called these cells eukaryotic, which is true nucleated cells, and prokaryotic, which are not true nucleated cells. The
Right.
DNA in bacteria or in amoebas, it works in like a soup of organelles. It just process information and prints out proteins through the messenger RNA coming out from the DNA in the cell. There is no nuclear structure. But then
Exactly.
the nuclear structure in other more complicated cells is more apparent. So it was a description of what they saw in microscopy. But then we learned a lot more, and we discovered that the life is not so simple, that there is degrees of having a nucleus. So you can look at yeast, and you can find somewhat of a nucleus in the yeast, although they are monocellular and quite primitive, but they do have some sort of a nucleus. And then you discover that even in monocellular, it just goes in an evolutionary pathway from having no nucleus at all or machinery inside the cell to having multiple machineries and complicated nuclear structures. Now, we know how it happened because if you look inside the organelles, you can find primitive DNA. If we took a cell from you, you will find something called mitochondria. Mitochondria is like the powerhouse of the cell. It takes sugars, it takes food, and it produces energy, which is in a form of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. It's a molecule in all life that is used to transfer energy. Anyway, if you look inside the mitochondria, you will find it has its own DNA. So if see, you have your DNA and your mitochondria have its own DNA. It can divide inside your cells. Every mitochondria inside your cells can divide as if it's its own organism, which it was before the eukaryotic cells evolved. So eukaryotic cells evolved in steps where one cell endocytosed took in another cell, and then they worked together to form one organism. Then
See,
it complicated some more, and then it
it
evolved some more
complicated.
to more complex organismal structures. That's like the summary of it.
Okay, so you see how I asked you where the eukaryotes came from, and you started to break down what prokaryotes have and what eukaryotes don't. And with you breaking that part down, you were proving my point on how prokaryotes have no centrols, they have no nucleus, they have no internal organelles actually. So when you're looking at organisms, microorganisms with organelles, that's not a prokaryotic cell. So prokaryotic cells don't have internal organelles. They don't have internal membranes and organelles. So when you were saying that, okay, you wasn't you didn't tell me where the prokaryotic became the eukaryotic until the very end there. And you said one prokaryotic engulfed another prokaryotic. That's what you're basically explaining to me. You're trying to explain to me endosymbiosis, which no scientist is seeing that happen today. You saying that you're a biologist, but scientists who different biologists and different chemists, different geneticists all over the world, even John Biggerstaff, which is a cell biologist who actually works with so-called black people DNA, never, ever seen that we have animal DNA and that our DNA cannot be spliced. You see what I'm saying? The reason why
Okay,
I asked you,
let me give you
hold on for a second.
a
Hold on for a second. The reason why hold on for a second. I didn't cut you off when I was letting you speak. I let you speak and deter from the question and to only end up in endosymbiosis. So let me speak. So again, when you brought up endosymbiosis, you're saying a prokaryote engulfed another prokaryote when they never had in their genetic information to do so. They never had, a prokaryote never had in its genetics to engulf another prokaryote because it's been doing the same ancient functions, like you said, is the ancient organism. It's been doing the same ancient function for eons of years. So why now is doing something unnatural and creating multicellular organisms, creating parasites and diseases to where now it has a short life to live under the sun? That doesn't make no genetic sense. You see what I'm saying? Eukaryotic cell, like you said, is truly seeded nucleus. So that means that can be easily cut into, and you can put genetic information in and out with different forms of hybridization, right? So yes. So again,
I wanted to
answer your question.
ask you because you
hold on.
Because you were you
Can
you
I
said,
answer your
go
question?
ahead, bro.
She was trying to speak, so let her speak, and then you can ask your question. Go ahead.
It's
Baby.
just that I wanted to know when he was talking about the origin of the cell, or he was mentioning something about the source. Where would that have come from? When he was mentioning the mitochondria, and he said that you can look into the cell and figure out where this information would have come from, but then you took us to endosymbiosis. So I want to know the same thing as him. If the genetics of the prokaryotic cell is only meant to pass on a replication of itself, how does it now engulf something that is not a part of its genetics at all?
And as a scientist, hold on for a second. As a scientist, you know that nothing, everything that's natural in nature will continue doing the same function unless something unnatural takes place to it. And that is a number one rule in science. And you know that if you're a scientist. So go ahead and continue.
Okay, now you said 4 points, each point of which is like a different lecture actually. But okay, let's take it one by one. Now, endosymbiosis or endocytosis is a process by which cells engulf other things outside. Every single-celled organism does this to survive, because how do you think a bacterium is got eaten by a mold or a fungus or something like that? It get endocytosed, then the cell secretes digestive enzymes in small micelles that fuse with this, and it digests that whatever is engulfed inside it. What happened in the mitochondria is that sometimes cells engulf other cells and they survive, and they can complete one another in one way or another. It happened in nature two major times, with the mitochondria in animals and with the chloroplasts in plants, which give plants the green color and does photosynthesis to provide energy for the plant. The chloroplast is its own organelle. It has its own DNA. It can replicate by itself inside the plant cell, much like the mitochondria. We know the mitochondria is a different organelle that was engulfed by a eukaryote, because the machinery inside the mitochondria is primitive. We know this because we analyzed it. You can see there is some molecule called the ribosome. The ribosome is responsible for making proteins. You give it an order via mRNA, and you tell the ribosome, please make this protein for me so that I can build myself or divide as a cell. So you can see that the types of ribosome inside the mitochondria is called 60S, which is found in bacterium and found in primitive cells. Your cells, other organelles outside the mitochondria, the nucleus, the main DNA information about you does not use this type of ribosome. It uses another type of ribosome that is much more complicated and specific to do proteins in other ways. So you can see inside one cell two types of machinery that belongs to two different, you can say, versions of the same kit. It's like finding the fingerprint of another person inside the tools inside another house. You can tell that this tool has been touched by someone other than the owner of the house. You can know that this organelle can definitely belongs to a full system that was taken by another system, and they both formed a symbiotic relationship that endured to produce the eukaryotic cell. The eukaryotic cell is not only defined by organelles like mitochondria, it's defined by many features, and this is not a lecture about the eukaryotic cells because it would be hours. So I'm just trying to make a summary so that everyone can understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, guide me. Did I forget another point to reply to, or this covers the all?
Yeah, because you told me that a prokaryote built another relationship with another prokaryote to transfer genes to make a eukaryote, but all prokaryotes, because the prokaryotes that they're trying to tell you online and stuff like that, these prokaryotes that they say, oh, some prokaryotes are multicellular, that means it's a eukaryotic then. That means you have, if you hold more than one genetic material in your cell, you're not a prokaryote. It's just that simple. So I asked you, where did the prokaryote get the information? Because it's been doing the same function for eons of years, and it hasn't been doing hold on for a second, and it hasn't been doing endosymbiosis. It hasn't been doing that. When you just try to explain to me endosymbiosis, you explain to me how a prokaryotic cell got eaten by fungi or plants. which hold different types of melanins. That you're just explaining to me the food chain, how a deer gets eaten by a lion,
No,
or a
no, no.
gazelle. Oh, hold on for a second. How a gazelle gets eaten by a lion. That's not engulfment. You see what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
talking about I'm talking about prokaryotes. You see what I'm saying? That have been doing the same. This is a simple question. I'm not asking you to tell me what prokaryotes are
No,
and
no,
what they
no, no,
do.
no. You
I'm
don't
just
get it.
asking you. Hold on for a second. I'm just asking you because we both know this already. Scientists that talk to each other, they don't need to keep reiterating what these things do if they know already. So I'm just asking you if prokaryotes have been doing the same exact function for millions of years and there was no eukaryotes around, how did now a eukaryote come about? And how is it that everybody outside of so-called black people shares DNA with multiple animals that you can never see in nature naturally reproduce with each other? You don't see that. You see ants with a single set of chromosomes. You see bees with a single set of chromosomes. You see praying mantis, lions with a single set of chromosomes because all of their genetic information stems from the same
Now,
embryological
these
origin.
are two
But hold
different
on for a
points
second.
now.
Hold
These
on
are
for
two
a
different
second.
points.
No. This is the same point.
No,
This
no,
is the
no.
same
Two.
point.
Yeah, because in symbiotic,
One,
yeah,
Hold on.
the first question,
Yes, answer that question, please.
concerning how did a eukaryote evolved out of the prokaryotic world if the prokaryotes are doing the same function? Okay, good
Right.
question, because it's accepting a new feature that can make the organism function better. How? I'm gonna tell you. You can take a yeast and you can put it with some sugary solution, and it will reproduce, and it will produce carbon dioxide. It will consume the sugars by means of anaerobic respiration, anaerobic fermentation. Okay, anaerobic fermentation is very inefficient. It's like burning fuel inefficiently. Now, if you add the mitochondria, what it does, it breaks down oxygen and it uses oxygen, the protons in oxygen. Actually, it uses a molecule called NADP, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate, to move these protons from the oxygen so that it can produce more energy from the same amount of fuel. So that prokaryotic cell alone was producing 2 units of energy currency, ATP, but then if you add oxygen, it will produce 36. So you see how this works? One alone can produce 2, but 2 together, they can produce 36 of the same resource. And this is how evolution works. So this is how eukaryotes came about. It came about from the addition and simultaneous experiments along millions of years, so that a better version of a cell evolved and it dominated the biosphere. Okay, this is
Okay.
regarding the first point. So
Okay. So the prokaryote is an autotroph, meaning that it makes its own food, and it's actually a photoautotroph because it makes its own food from sunlight. So an organism that now is making food from sunlight for eons of years, been doing that for eons of years, didn't need help from no other organisms, is now needing information and genetics from another organism to sustain life. That's what you just told me. Because
yes,
okay, you just told me that. So again, the most basic organic rule in science, that which is natural will never change unless something unnatural takes place to it. So the prokaryotes that they're telling you that y'all are dealing with in labs are not really prokaryotes. Yeast is not a prokaryote.
Exactly.
It holds more than one genetic material within itself, which means that which is why it has a nucleus, because that's the command center for how other DNA within that cell can communicate and can communicate to make what's it called? Communicate to the mRNA to make cellular structure, or proteins, or different proteins to make cellular structure. So again, humans are a lot like yeast. Humans are like yeast, and this isn't, like they said, this isn't a joke, email, whatever. You see what I'm saying? It's a biological fact that humans are a lot like fruit flies, mice, and other animals and
yes,
organisms that are
the
eukaryotic.
basic machinery, the
Hold on.
basic
I
machinery for
got you.
life is the same. So you can expect that the genetic material
Okay.
along the
Oh,
lineage of animal kingdom will be about at least 60% similar, between the most primitive and the most advanced types of animals. This is just
Exactly. Look at you running.
science.
Look at you
Thank
running
you
to your
for
sword. Thank you for saying that. You said these animals have the same function as the humans because it's a part of evolution. But these animals are unnatural themselves. They're a byproduct of synthetic biology because they hold more than one genetic material from different organisms, from different origins that cannot naturally reproduce with each other. And you just said it out your own mouth that is yes. So again, it
Oh,
says here, hold on for
it
a second.
happens. It happens
Hold-
every day.
no. It happens every day.
Animals, plants.
It's been
It's a
happening
chain.
every day for only 400,000 years. It hasn't been happening every
No.
day. Hold on, no. Remember you said you wanted to have a conversation? I was saying something on the board and you cut me off and I let you get it out. And now I'm responding again and you cutting me off because you know I'm getting on that ass, biologist. So hold on for a second, biologist. This is saying here that it's a biological fact that humans are like fruit flies, mice, and other animals. And you said they have the same functioning, the same building blocks because they have the same amino acids. So how do you have the same building block as a fruit fly and a what's it called? What does it say here? A fruit fly
yeast.
and yeast and mice. How do you have the same building blocks as that? But fruit flies don't have the same building blocks
I
as.
can tell
Hold
you.
on for
I
a
can tell you
second.
if you let me.
No. I'm not done with my question, which means you're not really trying to answer what I'm trying to ask you. If I'm telling you
Because
that,
the
hold
answer
on,
is simple. Is this question is not.
you said you wanted to have a two-way conversation. You was being respectful at first, but now you see I'm getting on that ass. Just let me explain fully what the fuck I want to say to you and stop cutting me off. Stop doing that. It doesn't make sense. So you said humans have the same building blocks as fruit flies and mice because of life, because of natural evolution. But these animals are unnatural and they don't have the same building blocks as praying mantises. They don't have the same building blocks as ants. They don't have the same building blocks as ants, which all came through biogenesis. They didn't come through genetic splicing and spontaneous generation inside of a lab, inside of an ectowomb, right? You getting to me? So they didn't come from that. That's what I'm getting to. And you already, these lives are recorded. You already said yes. So at the cellular level, at the cellular level, many many of these pathways and functions of the eukaryotic cells are the same no matter what organism cells they're in. All animals on this planet are not eukaryotic. Eukaryotic, you said it yourself, truly seeded nucleus with how many genetics, with how many chromosomes? Because a bee that's natural that helps the ecosystem run, the ant that's natural that helps the ecosystem run, the dragonfly that's natural that helps the ecosystem run only has one set of chromosome holding one set of gene in it that comes from its mother, that comes from the genetic cell or stem cell that comes from the mother. All the genetic information comes from one single cell. And for so-called black people, we have totipotent stem cells. Our woman in her womb, she has totipotent stem cells. And you know as a cell biologist that these stem cells have the ability to create an entire organism from a single cell. This is what we mean by prokaryotic and eukaryotic. Prokaryotic meaning that my neurons, my liver cells, my heart cells, they all have different functions, but they all work for what? The stem cell that it all came from, which creates the whole body. They work for the whole body. When you see a white person, an Asian person, all of your chromosomes don't come from one embryological origin. The reason why they say you share DNA with cows, you share DNA with dogs, you share DNA with chimpanzees, and there's different percentages is because that's the percentages of genes that are within each chromosome, which hold about 1,000 to 100 to 1,000 to 100, 1,000 to 2,000 genes. I was going to say 1,500, but there's some genes that hold 2,000 genetics from different animals that is just in charge for what? Blood protein creation, or and another chromosome that is in charge for what? For the brain. And you have another chromosome just for sex. Just for SMEX, my fault. Just for SMEX. You have another chromosome just for SMEX. So all of those other chromosomes can build up in the body, and the chromosome for SMEX can build up last, but your body has a phallus, your body has a V canal, your body has nipples. So where does the SMEX come in at? That's what I want to know. So my question to you is, just answer. If you already told me that eukaryotes are not natural to the planet because you said they evolved from these unnatural animals, where does the genetic proteins, enzymes, and amino acids to create an animal come in at from a prokaryotic cell?
Okay, I don't know if we are on the same page with science, because you are putting inside some just weird information about synthetic biology. Eukaryotes are natural, like prokaryotes, like all life. There is nothing synthetic or weird about it. Monocellular life and multicellular life exchange DNA. It happens daily. I did it myself in lab. You can take a plasmid from whatever genome. You can design it on a computer and you can put it inside the bacterium to change its behavior. You can do this.
Introgression.
You
That's
can do this.
introgression, brother.
Okay, hear me. You can do
That's
this
hybridization.
because you can do this because we understand how the machinery of life works, how it produces orders and what it does. Now, the machinery of life is essentially the same from yeast to you, because the functions are similar. The core elements of cellular life is what we call the sacred biology. It does not change much with evolution because it is critical for life. Much like the machinery to decompose sugar, the machinery to build proteins, the machinery to store energy in fats, the machinery to build ligaments, to put bones, to make cartilage, to produce neurons, to make action potentials. All these machinery are the same in a mouse and you. So these orders in a nucleus, the master DNA archive in every cell, what it has is orders for everything, but every organelle is switching on and off different genes to do different functions. So the liver cell is very much has the same DNA like a nerve cell, but the liver cell has the switches on for the liver functions and switches off for neurofunctions. But the neuron has switches on for the nerve functions and off for reproduction and other functions. If you switch on the reproduction switch in the epigenetic switch port for the nucleus, you can transform a cell into a cancer cell. And this is why there was someone asking me about HeLa cells in the comments. It's a cell lineage that is produced by cell culture. It has the switches on for reproduction, so it's an immortal cancer cell. It doesn't prove or disprove anything. It has nothing to do with black, white, or Asian, or whatever race you're talking about. Your cat essentially has the same thing. We humans are not very different from any animal. We are member of the animal kingdom. So
Okay, so I have a question. So you're saying that all animals and we share like we're similar to all animals, but cats, dogs, gerbils, rabbits, we can look at several things in so-called nature that have introgress genes. So how do we have the same cellular function as animals, plants, insects, and microorganisms whose genes have been introgressed?
great question. Now, because the mode of living of a class of animals is similar. So, if you look at the plant kingdom, you will find that they can differ in shape, in lifespan, in mode of living, in everything. But if you break it down into the essentials, which is building a cell, bending a cell wall, organelles, taking light, making food, surviving, reproduction, you will find that the bulk of the machinery, like 90% of the genetic pathways and the biochemical processes, are exactly the same. So we are not very different. You can't you may think that a human is very different from a cat, but and if you dissected a human, and I did dissect humans in mid school, and also did dissect animals, they are essentially the same body plan. They are both vertebrate animals. They have a vertebral column. They both formed in the embryonic stages by segmentation of the body, like every vertebrate, every dermatome and every myotome performs the same nerve and muscle functions along all mammals, human, cat, pigs, horses, whatever, because it is already the same body plan, but it is twisted a little bit so that you can see the differences between a mammalian ape and a mammalian marsupial in Australia. And you can see the difference among each species too. So biology is like looking at a continuous spectrum from white to black. If you look at a small part of it, you will see the same type of color. It doesn't change, but it does change. You cannot see it because it takes thousands of years, literally, but it does change. We understand it. Now you can find retrogressive genes like the pictures you shown, because if you switch on the wrong genes, which got fossilized, if you will, in the human DNA along the evolution, you will have stuff like this. I can show you humans with tails, bony tails that can work actually, and it has nerves. So
Okay. Okay. So when she asked you, why don't these unnatural animals, these introgress animals, have the same function and look like us, you went on to say we have the same building blocks. Okay, if so-called black people have the same building blocks as everybody outside of so-called black people, that will mean that our phenotype, which is our physical characteristics and behavior, will be the exact same. We don't produce fur. We don't have pig mucous membranes. We don't have that. We don't have any animal DNA. And you've been talking all this time, talking about humans. And when you brought up plants, you're not telling me the specific plants, because all plants that are planted out in nature aren't not all of them are hybridized, and not all of them are natural. That's what I'm trying to say. My fault. They're not all hybridized, and they're not
what
all
does he
natural.
mean by
So hold on for a
hybridized?
second. Hold on for
What
what
what's
do I mean by?
hybridized?
You said what?
What is hybridized?
Okay, you're a biologist, and you asked me.
What do you
Hold
mean by
on. Hold
hybridized?
on for a second. You asked me a question, and I was speaking originally, and you cut me off to answer something you've been saying. So again, you asked me what is hybridized as a biologist, and then try to change it to cut me off again, saying, what do you mean? Hybridized, the simple definition of hybrid is two different organisms or two different genetic materials put together through introgression. You see what I'm saying? Which is done through hybridization and repeated backcrossing. This is what a hybrid means. And what you're seeing on the screen, these are hybrids. The reason why their genetics are expressing the way they do is because they have antigens, they have proteins, amino acids, and enzymes, and the DNA of cows, dogs, chimpanzee, fruit flies, pig. They have all of these same amino acid, not similar, not kind of the same, not because no. They have the same exact ones. This is why they have the animal phenotype, because they have animal genotypes. It's that simple. So when we asked you about the introgress genes, you didn't answer like somebody who knew introgression. You answered like all life came about the same way. You answered like there's no hybridized animals, fruits, vegetables, microorganisms living out there. That's what you just responded like to us. So how did a pig, a dog, a fruit fly, and a cow come together to make this organism that I see on the screen right here? Because you don't see a pig in nature. You don't see a chimpanzee in nature. You don't see a cow in nature finding each other attractive to reproduce this organism that we call a human. Because they have introgressed genes. Things that have been here for 70,000 years have introgressed genes. Meaning what? That their DNA have been getting, that DNA, different classifications of melanin have been getting used and spliced on this planet to create synthetic organisms. Yes.
I don't understand why he's not understanding. Broccoli is not natural to this planet. It's not emerging and expanding through biogenesis. Celery, yeast is not natural to this planet, not the kind that these people have. So when it comes to cats, dogs,
She didn't
microorganisms,
finish. So you shush.
eukaryotic microorganisms, plants, animals, horses, cows, these all have introgressed genes, meaning that they have genetic material that stem from multiple origins. That means that Earth did not naturally create cows and pigs and chimpanzees and bubonus monkeys and a lot of the cruciferous vegetables, carrots, did not come from Earth. So how come we can just, a child, right? My little cousin is aware of
chimpanzees.
Hold on for a second, white boy. Hold on. All right. So
he left. Oh my gosh, he left.
All right. Well, I just wanted to ask him if we can, if a child can go to Google right now and type in, is this man made? And AI or Google tells them yes, as a biologist, what is your explanation? How did a whole host of plants, animals, and insects and microorganisms get here if they're man-made? Which man is doing this? I was already done when I heard him say surgeon and biologist. I wanted him to explain what type of biologist he was, telling us that he's a surgeon.
So you're over there doing micro injections and introgressing genes and splicing, but you don't even know you're making hybrids.
That doesn't sound like a surgeon.
You're making hybrids in the hospital, and I'm telling you about hybrids, and then you ask me what is a hybrid. I'm like, you're doing it. That's your job.
You're performing hybrid is a micro injection, to be exact.
All scientists in this system is here to splice DNA. Scientists like extraterrestrial scientists, they don't splice DNA. They have quantum visions like birds. Like for us so-called black people to make bees, trees, we didn't have to splice DNA to make these organisms. We naturally clash these molecules together with magnetism. It's as simple as hell. So I just wanted that biologist to, where did the prokaryotic get the animal amino acids, the animal enzymes, the animal DNA from to give birth to a eukaryote? But he said a eukaryote was exchanging information with another eukaryote, and they made a eukaryote.
But in symbiotic, my bad.
No, you good. But I was just gonna say, like, prokaryotes don't reproduce with no other organism around them. They reproduce asexually. They reproduce through binary fission. That's why I'm like, what are you talking about? And that which is natural will never change in nature unless something unnatural takes place to it. So if the prokaryotic cell have been eating and making his or her own food for eons of years, why did all of a suddenly now or 500,000 years ago or 1 million years ago, why did now eukaryotes started coming about? And you said through a process of evolution and said all people have animal DNA. So this says here, humans share DNA with other animals because all living things on Earth share a common ancestor, right? So when we ask y'all scientists, what is this common ancestor? What is this common ancestor? Who is this? Was this common ancestor? Because we know this common ancestor that you're talking about was just the start of the genetic splicing to create the humans that we have today, from splicing from pyomelanin to allomelanin to pheo and eumelanin. So hold on for a second. It says here that y'all share 98% of your genetics, your genes, your genetic material, your vitrosynthetic pheomelanin. That's your genetic material. You share 98% of that genetic material with the chimpanzee. You share 90% of your genetic material with the cat.
You do too, dumbass.
Hold on for a second. You can say any names that you want. I just want to know, how did a pig and a dog and a cat came together to make you and your species? How did that happen? I don't care about the little names and shit. How the fuck did a dog and a cat procreate with each other to make you?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Answer the
question, bruh. Answer the question.
I don't even know.
Okay, so you don't know shit. So shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Y'all only know to open your mouth to say insults. We tired. We done with that. We don't care. That shit rubs up on off of us like water over rock. We don't give a fuck about that shit. What we give a fuck about is an unnatural organism on this planet, thinking that they're natural, stealing vitamins and nutrition from us, and sustaining life on this planet using us. I want to know how this organism came to be, because once we all so-called races or species, once we all get the fact that you don't fucking come from us, we don't got to be living with each other, and we gonna see how well or how fast you go back to them dark ages. That's all I'm saying. How do you share DNA with a chimpanzee and a cow at the same time? At the same time?
And cows and pigs have introgress genes.
You've never seen these organisms reproduce with each other. You've never seen that happen. You've never seen that happen. And chimpanzees in nature, they actually want to reproduce with other organisms. You see what I'm saying? That's where y'all got that from, wanting to reproduce with other, or you got that from chimpanzees. But you don't see it. You don't see that naturally happen. So moving forward, I know we got, and this guy came back. I know Ghost and User didn't get to speak for a while, but we are going to circle back to y'all. We're just going to introduce everybody and get their thoughts and opinions, and see if they can also say truth about the topic. And I'm going to put the topic back. And who is here?
Kemetic or Kemet.
Kemet, okay. Okay, Kemet, go ahead and give me your thoughts and visions on the evolution theory. Yo, Kemet Jedi.
I was just gonna say, I think the evolution theory is bullshit. If
I believe if that was actually a thing, we would see people outside of black people have our phenotype, and you don't really see anyone outside of black people with afro texture hair.
Facts.
And when you see when you see black people with afro texture hair, and you look at all these so-called other different races, why are they not producing it if we all come from the same ancestor?
Exactly. If I'm a human, why can't all humans give birth to the same humans in this human race? Why can't we give birth to Asians, and why can't Asian give birth to black? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it
Because we're
doesn't.
two different species. Hold on for a second. Somebody trying to
Completely two
interrupt.
different.
Yeah, exactly. So are you finished with your point? That was a great point you brought up. Abundance for that.
Yeah, but one thing that a lot of people try to push that's outside of our race is that we're all human. But the thing
Yeah.
is, if we all completely were human, I want a lot of people to really focus in on the hair texture that everyone else produces. It is very important, because when you can actually break down that, because it's a play on words. They like to say heritage. That is actually your heritage. That is where you come from. We come from those people that are able to be in the sun. We come from those people that are able to take the sun. The people that's outside of black folks cannot produce anything that we produce as a people. And the most important is the crown on top of your head. That shows you where you come from. No Mexican, Asian, whatever of these races they bring up is all bull crap. There's only two things that's prokaryotic and eukaryotic. You either come from one or you come from another. There's no such thing as all these other things they try to confuse you with.
Exactly, my brother. I appreciate that. That was greatly said. We have other guests. Did you want to add in? Yeah, never mind. Did you want to
No,
add
I'm done.
anything? Okay.
I'm done, bro.
Who's next?
DJ Empire Sound, go ahead.
Go ahead. Gratitude for that, brother. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
What are your thoughts about the evolution theory?
Nah, I don't really follow evolution like that. But I do a little like studying history about
how the world created and all that. I got like the theory with the Anunnaki story. I believe that's part of the history. That's how everything is like. We all got hybrided through that.
We all got hybrided through that.
Yeah.
How do you hybridize so-called black people's cells? How do you cut into our genetics and hybridize
Nah,
our
it's
cells?
it's a different species.
How do you hybridize? Period.
They
Yeah.
create, they join their cells with us. Not cells, but DNA.
How? 'Cause that's what he just asked you.
Same
How
same
you
thing how you
cut.
breed a donkey and a horse.
So
Yeah, but
breeding,
those aren't cells. Those are fully grown organisms.
But
We're
that's
talking
how
about the cells.
human came about from that
breeding is
story. If you
breeding is
start,
not the
if
same
you
thing
start,
as.
if you look at history and look at the Anunnaki about, they say it's a theory, but it's part of genetic and how human life started too.
Yeah,
We would,
breeding is not just like she said. Breeding is not the same. Breeding
yeah,
is
that's why it's got different forms. It was different forms of.
breeding.
Breeding is
Hmm.
completely different than hybridization, which actually deals with the genomics and the DNA sequence. So when you're talking about breeding, that's like a full grown organism that has already had introgress genes. So to breed is not the same thing as splicing, cutting into DNA, dealing with retrotransposons, jumping genes, introgression, genetic material that's stemming from different places. So we're asking you, how did the donkey or the horse come about? Not now that they're here and breeding them together.
Facts.
That's a different topic.
So you can
Does
go
that make
ahead,
sense?
DJ.
All right, I'm not sure. DJ, we sending you an invite. If
Yeah,
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 just go ahead and
yeah,
tell
but
us.
it's printed all over like human nature. It's in the Bible. They call them gods. It's in the Egypt pyramid. It's in all parts of the world. It shows that other people been here before. Different
Okay,
species.
that's not what she asked you. Like you're telling me
Yeah,
about
but
how,
I'm just showing you how. Yeah, because y'all talking about how human and our DNA get mixed with such and such, but that's where it all started from.
but so-called black people are not humans. How did our stardust DNA, our solar magnetic DNA, how does that get spliced, or can you tell us the process? That's what we're asking you. And if you can't answer, just say you don't know,
No,
please.
I agree with you. What you're talking about? Yeah, they are. They are doing that. That's basically that's life right now. But I'm just
Nah,
showing you.
we asked you a question,
I'm
so
just
it's
showing you.
cool. We got you, brother. We asked you a question, but go ahead. Who's
it's
next?
this Charles
Oh, go ahead,
Urick.
Charles. Go ahead and tell me your biological identification to the planet.
Um, I'm a white person. What I don't know what you're asking.
Is your genetics natural to the planet? Was your genetics naturally generated by the Earth's natural expansion of evolution?
I believe so. I believe that all life on Earth probably has a common ancestor.
Okay, then. So, how did that common ancestor go from haploids to diploids? And when I say biological identification to the planet, I'm asking that question as well. That's just one all in one question. So go ahead.
I don't know what a haploid or a diploid is. Could you elaborate?
So, how did we go from being autotroph to heterotroph or unicellular functioning to multicellular or heterotroph?
Oh,
That's what we're asking.
well, I think it was a slow progression. You know, you had like, uh, I think it probably started out as sort of like a colony organism, um, sort of like sponges, kind of how they're like a colony.
Got you. What was the reason? Like, what made you want to request up? Like, what was the reason for why you came up?
Oh,
I was curious about where you think white people come from, because it sounded like you were saying that white people were not from Earth.
They don't share any genetics or biology with the universe, period. So Earth, all the planets, the entire cosmos, the origin of YT people and your incomplete dominant species, which would include Asians, Arabs, Dravidians, everybody that's a byproduct of mixing with us is either a hybrid or they are genetically engineered through introgression. So that is the origin of the eukaryotic cell.
Yep. The first white
This
man, the first Asian man, the first Arab man, y'all wasn't in caves. You see what I'm saying? You were created in an ectowomb in a lab by reptilians, extraterrestrial reptilians that have petroglyphs and hydroglyphs and statues all over the world of them possessing your specific anatomy and phenotype to use to walk amongst humans, and the fact that they had you in the Sumerian tablets on all fours with hypertrichosis, unable to reproduce. You see what I'm saying? With introgress genes, these reptilians.
Where did you think your origin was from? God? No, just playing. No, dead ass though. Where did you think you came from?
Well, I think humans evolved in Africa from an archaic hominin, and there was migrations out of Africa into Asia and then into Europe, and then I would be my ancestors would be the Indo-Europeans.
So basically, you're using evolution and trying to explain out of Africa and climate affecting the cells and causing the mutation to where,
Yeah.
okay.
So white people have white skin and straight hair because we adapted to the climate of Europe, which is a low UV environment, a colder, low UV environment. So those are adaptations to that environment.
Australians left around the same. Aboriginals
So when it
left.
comes to migration, and you're saying that you went from Africa, meaning that your genetics stems from Africa, is according to it, and then somehow or another it became better for you to go to Europe, even though you are genetically tied to Africa, is what you're saying?
Well, I think they were probably those ancient humans were following herd animals, and they just followed them into. Eventually, they led them to Europe.
So as this climate that's cold that you were in, you just obtained 25,000 more genetics from different animals that can naturally reproduce with each other just from walking from one place to another?
I don't think I have cow genetics. I don't know what you mean.
You don't think you have cow genetics?
No, because I'm a human.
Neanderthal DNA.
But humans, yeah, whoever's saying Neanderthals have introgress genes. We put that on the screen all the time.
What are introgress genes?
Introgression is where you take genetic material from one place and another place, and they are fused together using a form of hybridization.
Ancestors, Buki.
So humans share DNA with other animals, and all of the animals that are on here are not even just those. It's cows, it's pigs, it's the rhesus monkey, the babonus, celery, banana, flies, fleas, yeast.
Do you think black people also share?
We don't share DNA.
We don't naturally produce.
Go ahead, baby. No, go ahead, baby.
We don't naturally produce animal proteins because we don't have animal DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Only white people have animal DNA?
YT people, Asians, Dravidians, Arabs, everybody that is outside of so-called black people on a global scale have animal DNA.
Okay,
You're gonna come off disrespecting. Go ahead, yo.
I've just never heard this before. I've never seen anything that says that humans have animal DNA. Humans share, like, I think humans, like, I probably have more DNA in common with a mammal because humans are mammals.
Okay, what do you think those are on the screen? Mammals. Thank you.
Some of them are mammals.
And you can ask your local geneticist. You see what I'm saying? You can ask even Google itself, do humans share DNA with animals? You can even ask your local geneticist, your specific doctor, what
That
animals, hold on for a second. You can ask them, what animals do I share DNA with? And they will tell
They
you.
will tell you.
They will tell you.
Simple blood tests, they'll tell you because
as that.
blood types are determined by what? Antigens. Antigens are what? They come from animals. So and that's a well-known thing. Even your people have to get blood tests before they even have children because of incomplete dominance.
Exactly.
So I know you're trying to pick a bone, trying to say that the zebrafish isn't a mammal, but do you actually understand cold-blooded animals and why they are called cold-blooded?
Yes, they're kind of. I think they rely on their outside the temperature to maintain homeostasis. Like they don't really produce a lot of body heat.
Actually, their body heat exactly matches the environment that they're in. So it's not that they have cold blood or anything like that. So I just wanted to let you know. I know you're trying to pick a bone with the zebrafish, but these are just a small percentage of animals that you share DNA with, and it's not just animals. It's unnatural microorganisms, plants, insects, and then we can get to animals.
And like I said, if you look up humans that share DNA with animals, do humans share DNA with animals? This picture from geneticists and biologists, this picture right here, you will find it on Google right now on articles. So it's not me that's saying it, it's the fact that synthetic biology exists. So if you have nothing else to add, we're gonna move on to the next guest and we're gonna circle around the panel.
Go ahead, Kai. I apologize. New guests keep coming up, so we'll get to you next, Ghost. I apologize.
I
Thank you
apologize
for
for
your
that.
patience. Go ahead, Kai Nasty.
I'm sorry. I'm just listening. I will let you know. I will let you guys know if I got anything.
Well, since you up here, can I hear your thoughts and visions on the evolution theory? Since it's the biggest lie told to so-called black people.
I feel like we do gotta, like, our DNA. You could tell is mixed with some type of other DNA, but I don't know too much into that, so I can't really tell you. I'm up here to learn.
Okay,
Got
so
you.
yeah, if you're gonna be up here, there's probably other people who want to share their thoughts and visions. So if you're not gonna add, if you don't want to add, I might just have to put you back in the comments, but you can still listen and do whatever you need to do.
And if you want to say something, you can just request up. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Yeah, can I say something real quick?
And I wanted to, yeah, I got you, Charles. Hold on for a second. I just wanted to say that so-called black people, we are not mixed. You see what I'm saying? We have antigens on our red blood cells. You see what I'm saying? That comes from foreign species, a foreign protein that this species created that now has infiltrated our vessel, our suit, and is weakening the lymphatic system, allowing parasites, diseases to occur. That's what's going on. So before you ask that question, now that everybody has spoken, I'm gonna go back to Ghost, and then we gonna go back down. So go ahead, Ghost, and go ahead and share your thoughts and visions.
All right, so what I wanted to touch back on was like I forgot how much I like biology, but you guys are definitely covered on how much there was definitely one cell, but I honestly don't feel like it was just one cell that had to fight off the bacterium. I feel like it was, and it shows it even now through evolution, and it's almost that it's tied to like how you said it's melanin, because even now it's just one major archaeon that was fighting with the bacterium that actually made it through. That was like the only thing I had to say.
What do you mean by there are other cells?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah, because there's different archaeons during that time.
You mean archaea and bacteria?
Prokaryotes?
Yeah, those are prokaryotes.
So I'm saying it was different, but there was different ones that was fighting. So it's just like that's what I'm saying. It was if it wasn't through like, because from my understanding is it was a merger that happened, and then from that merger it was like a chain reaction. And for me, I feel like it was just mutation, even though it's just like it started off as one major one, but it was just like it just got mutated throughout evolution. So or what? Like I don't know.
You're saying these cells fought for what? What were they fighting for if they can create their own food? They can
I don't think
sustain life. They're self-civilizing. They're self-organizing. They're compact and efficient. What were they fighting for if there was no other eukaryotic cell on the planet? Who were they fighting? What cells were fighting who?
But there wasn't okay. So you said okay. So you're right. You're right. You're right. Hold on. But
Are
throughout the
you reading
merger,
something?
I'm not reading anything. I'm literally
Okay.
thinking as I'm going. I'm saying
I got
throughout the
you.
merger.
I just was gonna, if you were reading something, I was gonna like have you read it so we could, see what you were reading.
No, I'm literally like I'm just thinking because I'm about to go outside. So I'm like, can I join back?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can join back
So I
anytime.
just
You
need
see what I'm
something
saying?
because I'm like I gotta go get something to eat. Like I haven't eaten something. So I'm gonna join back when I come back.
I hope
Hopefully you
it
guys are
aligns
not.
with your genetics, my sister. I hope it's not fast food. I
No,
hope it's not
I'm a
meat.
vegetarian since I was 11, so I enjoy every time you guys talk about people eat more clean. I enjoy that because I've been eating clean since I was 11. I don't believe in eating anything that have anything to do with. I have blood, I have a heart, and I have a brain. I don't believe in eating anything that have the same things as me. So that was my no, and I've been like that
Okay.
since I was 11.
And the last thing, okay, the last thing my other half mentioned was the fact that these fruits and vegetables that you're eating, you need to make sure that they're not hybridized, that they come from Earth's natural evolution. And how you do that is now we're at the consciousness where we use AI and phones. So if you are on your phone, if you are using your phone, you should be using that phone to say, okay, if I want to eat this broccoli, is this you're gonna just type in, is this man-made or is this natural? And it will tell you that broccoli is man-made and it comes from the mustard plant, and all that is hybridized, meaning that it contains more than one genetic material. It was man-made in the lab. So we shouldn't be eating nothing that's hybridized. We shouldn't be eating no animal products. We should only be eating bioelectric foods, fruits and vegetables that was generated by the earth and sunlight and natural spring water. Other than that, you're going to have mental clarity and your nerves are going to start illuminating again, which is going to cause extrasensory perception. So that's all I wanted to say. Abundance for that. You want to say anything else before you head on out?
Thank you. Always receive. Thank you.
Okay, abundance. Go ahead, use this, sister. Go ahead.
Um, I think, when you guys were talking about the different animals that humans are composed of, like so-called humans, like the cats and the dogs and chimps and all that stuff, I feel like looking at that, it's so obvious that people outside of black people are composed of different animal genetics and not black people, because even in terms of like gene expression, they share similar characteristics to those animals that they're spliced with, like how chimps, like not even just chimps, but like a lot of these animals, they have a fur, and obviously they share that same. People outside of us have straight hair, which mimics the same thing as animals, and then also like with their melanin being EU melanin and pheomelanin, which is the same as the animals that they share the same DNA with. It just makes it so obvious because obviously black people as a whole, all of us as a collective, our image isn't expressed in any way similar to any animal on this planet. Like we have our own look, like our genetic code is stable, like it's completely different, and that is so evident in our appearance and the characteristics that we express. And it's even like, even in terms of like the geneticists listing out the animals that are in humans' genomes, like the fruit flies and that and that. You guys have already said like many times, it's crazy that all of those organisms together made or are combined to make a human, but like a lot of those organisms aren't even natural to the planet. Like they're literally modified. So when did they come about, and how are they multicellular organisms? Like the whole story, it doesn't make sense. It literally just it's just so obvious to see. So yeah, that's all I was thinking on when you guys were talking about it, that section.
Yeah, that's a fire explanation. You see what I'm saying? Like these people's osmolality level, which is how the stomach acid, how hot it gets, is the same as pigs. You see what I'm saying? That's why y'all can consume raw flesh. Y'all can consume different food. Like you can eat anything, and you would still not be like uh, mineral deficient because everything that's in your genomics needs different types of diets. Like the cow in you needs different minerals and vitamins so it can grow, the cell can grow, or you see what I'm saying? The genetic material can function and encode for function better. Like it's just all that is. So abundance for that. That was a great explanation. If you have anything else to add, you can. Other than that, I think somebody else had a question. So go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, you said that broccoli was created in a lab. Broccoli has been cultivated for thousands of years.
And how old is the planet? 13.6 billion, right?
I don't know how
So
old the planet is.
13.4 billion years old, actually. So when something has been cultivated, what is that already giving you an indication? That man has intervened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the origin of broccoli? What about its genetics? Is
Well,
it
it's
naturally expanding through biogenesis, or is it a hybridized vegetable? It's a
no, it's
cruciferous
not
vegetable, right?
hybrid. Yeah, it's a cruciferous vegetable.
All cruciferous vegetables come from mustard and other introgress genes. So
Right.
it's collard greens, mustard greens, what else? Cabbage, cauliflower, all have the same. They're the so-called ancestral thing that they share is the mustard seed, and there are different species of mustard. The species that they have that they share DNA and genes with is a hybridized seed. This is why in their dogma and
What do
religion they say
you
that
mean by
one second,
hybridized
one
seed?
sec. Again, I already explained introgression and hybridization to you, but I'm gonna explain it to you again. Hybridization is a medium that is used to fuse genetics together. So you have microinjection, you have orbital hybridization.
That
Orbital
didn't
hybrid.
exist. Like,
I'm done talking to him. I'm gonna come clean.
Okay. We already explained to you how hybridization and how introgression works. We already explained that to you. That's why you went to go look up. That's why you went to go look up if the broccoli was hybridized or not, right? Because you knew that we just explained it to you what it meant. So I don't get it. And she's talking to you and you cutting her off. That doesn't make sense. And I actually it does make sense because I understand that your brain is not only one animal that's controlling that brain. You see what I'm saying? There's multiple different animals trying to control that brain and process information. So this is why y'all never let us speak. You always want to insult after we already broke down the genetics. You act erratic. You know what I'm saying? It's just because you're getting backed up into the corner. You see what I'm saying? Genetically.
If that was a brother or sister that asked me that, I would have explained myself. I'm not going to waste my energy at this point in the live with someone that's eukaryotic that I've already explained this to. Not to mention, you came in here insulting without even understanding the conversation fully. I didn't forget that. You came in here insulting, being erratic, calling names. We already know your genetics, and you've sat here long enough to hear the explanation. You were in here when the biologist was here, bro. Like I'm not gonna do it. So the thing is, evolution is indeed the greatest lie ever told. And the reason why they teach your child Darwinism versus the Hutton theory is because the Hutton theory already disproves evolution. All right. So the Hutton theory explains that the same magnetic and geological forces that have been happening for millions and billions of years are the same things that are functioning the planet and we can observe today. Erosion, updrift, deposition, these are the same geological and magnetic forces. And when you actually analyze the movement, how things are migrating, we see the same movement mimicked in prokaryotes, mimicked in the stars, mimicked in the universe, mimicked in orgasmic energy, organic energy, contract and release. We see that same binary fusion and fission, splitting and coming together, molecules coming together to form water. You see what I'm saying? Atoms coming together to form planets, to form stars. So we already know that evolution did never happen. We know we didn't go from haploids to diploids. We know you don't come from us, right? And no scientist on this globe has ever been able to prove how the prokaryote somehow evolved into eukaryotes. The theories are explaining how we can see them both in observance, but it's not explaining how it ever happened because it never did. The only explanation for the eukaryotic cell is introgression.
Boom.
That's it. And this is the reason why when you look at biology, life, bio means life, study of life. And then we look at synthetic biology. Everything in synthetic biology is mimicking what biology does or what biogenesis does. They tell you that. I mean, is this the basis of synthetic biology is to mimic nature. So when we look at these people like, oh, we have 2 arms, 2 legs, so do kangaroos. Are we the same species? No. So we got to start looking deeper, right? And y'all always hear me say the topics of racism, the topics of these titles, just keep watching. Just keep watching our people go back and forth with this shit. You're going to see here pretty soon that the conversations are going to stop. The entire world is about to be talking about genetics, especially as we inch closer to summer. And the more that these coronal mass ejections begin to amp up, the more that the radiation begins to get ground level, the more nano diamonds and interstellar gases and these ionizing particles that we're seeing in Australia, all over the globe, is going to keep amping up. So if the sun is emitting a gene mutating, germ unaliving, detoxifying wavelength, and I'm going back to my natural state, what are you changing into? Right? What is your genetics going to change into? Because scientists talk about evolution, but they never want to talk about de-evolution. They say de-evolution is not really a thing because they know that you can't de-evolve when you're already composed of introgress genetics. How can you turn back into something when you're composed of multiple things? Right? So if the sun is removing the nucleus and we're seeing chromosomal deletions amp up, we're seeing 1p36, SLOS phenotype, 1q32, 1q36, all of these chromosomal deletions are amping up. Who is this affecting? It's not my people. Right? I encourage y'all, get off of that meat, learn what's hybridized and what's not.
Detoxify.
Detoxify needs to be your main focus every single day. You must detoxify. It's parasites in your lungs. It's parasites in the gums. It's parasites in the brain. It's parasites in the stomach. It's parasite in the stomach muscle cells. It's parasites everywhere. These parasites, as you've seen, a lot of y'all have been in the live since the beginning, right? He just explained to you toxoplasmids, right? These different parasites and how they affect our anatomy. So when you look at our people, like for instance, there's a story that's going around about a brother that unalived his entire family and fed them to crocodiles. He hasn't always performed actions like that. We haven't always been frustrated, upset, angry, fear-based, in these low frequencies, right?
Sweet, frustrated,
Yeah.
all of that.
So the thing is this is all a byproduct of being chemically imbalanced. So I know in the last live, somebody asked, well, how long does it take? You need to go on a journey, a lifelong journey to
Immortal.
detox, right? This is aligning with your genetics. So it's like when y'all are asking how long does it take to detox, are you planning to go back to eating meat? I'm not understanding the question. Right? So detoxing, y'all, and mental mastery should be your number one goal every single day. And that internal conflict that you have, you need to be lessening that. You need to be creating more peace in your mind, creating more peace and harmony in your body. You see what I'm saying? When these parasites, when these antigens start talking, tell them to shut the fuck up. Learn about your body, because a lot of the things that you're craving is because you're nutrient deficient, right? It's not actually that you're craving chocolate. It's really that you might need some magnesium, right? Get you some avocados, right? It's not a lot of the times, like, when it comes to STDs, let's just get personal. We can blame another person, but if you're consuming a diet that is dairy, cheese, yeast, that is a breeding ground for chlamydia and other venereal diseases. So if we start understanding our body, if we start understanding each other, if we start understanding nature, when I go live on my account, I'm actually going to show y'all pictures of just around my house, like outside in the backyard, where when I tell y'all that these things grow towards your anatomy, you can look at every house on the block. Every single house on the block is not growing the same things that Earth is growing naturally for me and Zell.
And when we first came here, the backyard and the front yard looked like everybody else's.
Looked like everybody else.
As soon as we started grounding, and baby, go ahead.
Yeah, as soon as we started grounding, as soon as we started connecting with nature, looking at everything, analyzing, talking to the trees, talking to the grass, talking to everything, learning about what's going, the ants, you see what I'm saying? Watching them move. Sometimes we sit outside for hours watching ants and how they move, learning. That's how I learned about formic acid. That's how I learned about their composition. That's how I learned what carpenter ants do different from fire ants. I need all of that for my garden. You see what I'm saying? So you're going to see that when you start to connect with nature, that she speaks using frequency. She responds, she's listening. She just doesn't talk using this low vibratory language, right? So when you communicate with her, your body sends distress signals, and that negative ionic charge neutralizes and becomes a blood thinner, becomes a nervous system regulator. But those signals that you send out through your feet gets absorbed. Right just underneath the grass is Earth's nervous system, known as the roots. Those roots communicate with other trees and communicate with the forest through the mycelium network, which is kind of like the same thing that we're using with social media or www, right? That same World Wide Web is the same way that trees communicate through the mycelium network. Yep. So everybody keeps asking, what do we study nature, man, and then go create using nature what nature is already doing. Use what's already around you to create the medicine or create what you need. And the last point that I wanted to make is we are going to start getting more into manifestation and talking about that again. I said that we're going to start talking about the brain, understanding the masculine brain, understanding the feminine brain, and especially us as women, we need to understand both brains, because we're constantly making connections between that masculine, that feminine side, right? We've already put the pictures up on the screen of that. When it comes to our brain circuitry, that same brain circuitry is the same thing that's mimicked in nature. So I just want to drive it home for y'all. If you have questions, ask yourself first. That's why my DM's been closed, because a lot of the questions, y'all not really sitting down with the information for real. Y'all not really observing nature enough. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are asking me questions with the answer in the question. I'm like, yo, it's right there, man. So I want us to actually ask yourself like 20 times before you ask me.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Train your mind to talk to itself first before you talk to another organism.
Facts.
Because that's when you do that, you're just leaving your mind all untrained. Oh, like this person don't have the answer, or that person gonna have the answer.
Yeah.
You're not relying on yourself anymore. You're relying on an energy outside of you, and that's just religion.
Yeah. So when it comes to manifestation, that was the last point I was gonna make. When it comes to manifesting, you must be tapped in and understand the brain. You have to. You have to understand brain and heart coherence. Study the heart and study the brain. I advise y'all to read Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza, because he talks about that before the books even get started good. He talks about all the studies, the heart rate visibility machine, which actually measures the intensity of the heart. You see what I'm saying? So manifestation is key, because right now we're trying to manifest trips to Cancun. I seen a brother on here that goes live about Gravavi codes. Somebody was in there asking how to pay their bills. You see what I'm saying? We can be using our mind to go beyond this system, but we're using our mind to stay in it. And that's the reason why everybody has different realities. You're using your mind to stay here instead of training your mind to get out. We want reparations, but the money is keeping us here. What about if we said, fuck the money, and then we just relied on each other? Now you can just come to my garden. I already have penny growing. I already have green onion, wild onion. I already have, or excuse me, wild garlic, wild onion. My bad. I already have crocus, different types of crocus. Those crocus, the bulbs of them is onion. You see what I'm saying? Dandelion grows heavy in my yard, right? So it's like we don't have to go to the store or go here or rely on the system. We can really rely on each other, just like we always did.
That's our currency.
That's our currency, is each other. You see what I'm saying? We set up shop, especially the women. We were the first musicians that played along the coastlines. We traded with each other along the coastlines. We were communal with each other along the coastlines because we understood the flow of water. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, we got to get back to nature. I think a lot of people think nature is like lame. I'm like, damn, I could never understand how y'all can think trees is lame. I'm like, you think the phone, which is unaliving you, is more important than trees helping you breathe? Priorities. It might be your priorities. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I was just trying to sum up the live or whatever. Evolution, we're going to keep driving it home. These people are not us. Period. You know what I'm saying? These people are not us. They don't come from us. And if you think they come from us, tell us.
Explain it to us. That's all we want.
I'm going to come clean. We be joking all the time. Like, we be joking like, damn, can somebody debunk us? We be like, damn, can somebody please do it? It's been 2.5, almost 3 years now. Anybody. We've talked to kinesiologists, genetic engineers. What was that boy? I can't remember that Asian boy name. Yeah, he kept coming to the live for 2 months straight. And he told us, he said, after I take my cell biology midterm, I'm going to come back. We never heard from bro.
Never came back.
We never heard from bro, but he was actually starting to see it on his own. You see what I'm saying? These YT people, when they come in the live, they be like, damn, you know, it was a man that listened to us for 3 weeks. On that third week, he finally said, you know what, you guys may be onto something, and whoever created the eukaryotic cell is the person that's the problem. I said, damn. Like, how, after listening and we wasn't even on our live. He was following us we was on somebody else's live trying to wake them up, following us from live to live, and he got it in somebody else's live from listening to the dialogue. So I be telling y'all, when you're listening, if you got to take notes, take notes. You know what I'm saying? I post them on YouTube because there are people that listen to them while they work out. Somebody told me that they listen to them while they travel. I got a lot of truck drivers that listen to it when they're traveling and stuff. These long, full-length discussions is waking them up. When they get time again, study it. You know what I'm saying? I always tell them, study this information so you can make sense of your reality.
Yeah, if that word is confusing, why would you keep going with not knowing what it is to keep being confused? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense.
So when it comes to the people outside of us, it's no shade. We just want you to understand we're not the same. You know what I'm saying? Do not bring your emotions in here because we will walk down your genetics, you know? So if you can't handle hearing the genetic truth, stay on the outside of the live. Don't click in it and then comment or request up.
Yeah, that's all to prove that we need to separate and live amongst our own species, and you live amongst your own species under the sun.
Facts.
That's it. And whatever happens to y'all under the sun, that's your faith. Facts. But 2.2 million of y'all are unaliving due to solar radiation. Y'all are photodermatitis, allergic to the sun, photocarcinogenesis. Facts. Just being around us does the same thing to you as the sun is doing to you. Mm-hmm. So when we speak this genetic truth, you feel heat. You feel that heat within you. You feel that internal flame. That's your soul. When you speak truth, you feel your soul heat up your body instantaneously. Yeah. That's what it is to have that power. You see what I'm saying? It's just knowing yourself.
Facts.
Knowing how you relate to other organisms that are prokaryotic and how y'all mirror each other, reflect each other, and grow with each other. The universe, the so-called black woman, she only just wants to know herself. That's the only reason why she wants to know herself. That's what expansion is about. This is all, we're living in a universal organism, which is the black woman. She wants to know herself. She wants to know how it feels to express in different realities, different bodies. She wants to know. This is why there isn't no just one God, or there will be just one black woman. You see what I'm saying? There's all of y'all, because y'all are all here to and meant to work together. You are the foundation of our species. You are our species. Without you, us so-called black, we're nothing. We need y'all. So abundance to y'all, respect to y'all. Everybody who came into the live, I show gratitude to y'all. I did want to show something, because I remember I said I got y'all what's up at the end. And I was saying that as these people were behaving how they were behaving, like everybody on the panel. So I just wanted to show this. 1 second. And then after that, we gonna end the live, y'all. Hold on. Mhm. Hold on. Damn, I got hella notes in here, y'all. Chill with me. I'm trying to find this. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, here it is. Let me know if y'all can see that. Yeah, meaning the name.
It is cut off.
Oh damn. I don't like that, Joe. You gotta. Damn. Okay, half of it is cut off, y'all. My fault, man. Damn. All right. Anyways, I know it's cut off, but when you watch it on YouTube, it won't be. So it says here the functions of the amygdala. The amygdala plays a predominant role in mediating many aspects of emotional learning and behavior. Stimulation of the amygdala invokes feelings of anger, violence, and anxiety and fear. The most important functions of the amygdala, you see what I'm saying, is to sense danger in the surroundings and prepare the body for fight or flee, which basically deals with your survival. You see what I'm saying? So this amygdala plays a key role in detecting and preparing you for emergency events, controlling aggression. It helps store memories and events and emotions to recognize similar events in the future, so you can avoid, or you can get back, or you can let's just say avoid, because I can't think of another word for that. But for now, it says it also plays a role in sexual activity and libido. It can also process sensory information and initiate behavior responses before the information reaches awareness centers to the brain, because your amygdala is almond-shaped part of your brain. You see what I'm saying? Of your temporal lobe, of your limbic system. And your limbic system is the emotional command center that gets information from the prefrontal cortex. You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to show here that zoonotic diseases, you see how this amygdala works now. So I just wanted to show you that zoonotic diseases affect the amygdala, brain, emotional, and fear processing center. You see what I'm saying? Primarily through direct neural infection, neural inflammation, and behavioral manipulation of parasites. These infections can lead to drastic reduction in fear responses, increased anxiety, altered social behavior, and severe cognitive dysfunction. Now, I just while I'm reading this, I just want you to imagine how so-called black people how we're behaving today towards each other and to life itself. So it says here that this parasite, the effects that it has on the emotional processing part of your brain, it damages the amygdala primarily through results in profound deficits in emotional processing, particularly regarding fear, aggression, and ability to attach emotional significance to memories. So I just want to leave my people with that and think about that, because your amygdala is plays a role in your unconscious emotional memory. It also is involved in the regulation and modulation of various cognitive function like attention, perception, and explicit memory. So the reason why so-called black people can't remember their past lives, the reason why we have a so hard of a time remembering, the reason why we get so angry and fill up our bodies with cortisol when situations that are happening do not require that, is because our amygdala is being affected. The emotional center is being affected by these zoonotic diseases. I just wanted to show you that. And this is just to show you that one part of the brain is being heavily affected by this. Imagine your other parts of the brain and how it's being affected by different parasites. This is just one parasite that's doing this. One. That's causing this destruction and this dysfunctional chemical imbalance within us. So I just wanted to leave it with that. You take it as you will. I just want you to let you know that our brain is being damaged. Our brain is being stolen of nutrition and vitamins and is being constantly inflamed, so we don't think clearly. That's simple as that. So abundance and gratitude to everybody coming in, and respect to all y'all. You want to say anything else?
Abundance and gratitude, y'all.
Abundance.